What up, boys? What it do? How's it going? What up, gang? What'd you all get into today? Hope the day's going well. Mine, so far, pretty good. Had a good day. What did I do? You know me. Went to yoga. Came back home. Did some dishes. I pet that kiddo boy for hours today. Maybe not hours, but maybe collectively an hour. Every time I pass him, I like to lay on the ground and reach my arm under the couch and pet him. And he goes, he does machine gun purrs. He's pretty dope. He's gonna come out soon enough. He didn't come out yet. I mean, he came out yesterday really quick, and then he ran back underneath the couch. But I think he likes it there. He's not scared of the cats. I don't really know. I think he's just like, okay, well, this is awesome. He's like, I used to live outside on rocks, and now I've got a blanket underneath the couch, and no one can get to me, and it's warm. And this weird man keeps putting food directly in front of my face. I don't even have to get out of under the couch. He's loving it. It's 101 degrees in Arizona. Dude, honestly, I'd take that shit. I love that. Arizona's got that no humidity shit going on too, which I love. I could do like 120 degrees and straight no humidity heat. Love it. Soon enough, it's going to be warm here, and I'm not going to have to wear this dumbass sweatshirt anymore. Milo will finally be happy. But man, they're really stretching this winter shit out, right? It's 40 degrees right now. I'm over it, dude. I'm so over it. I'm ready for windows open. I'm ready to pop the top. No more shirts. But okay, let's play the song. Let's go fucking feed the cats, and then let's get into the news. And by news, I mean whatever the fuck we want to do. Well, kind of what I want to do. No, I'm just kidding. Here we go, bitch. What up, dudes? Oh, it's John Levi in the house, bro. John Levi. Oh, I got this turned up crazy high. That
seems silly to me. Why historical? I mean, it's only 100 or 200 years ago.
Can you hear me? Dooby-doo-doo. Scooby-dooby-doo. There.
See myself in the silhouette of the sunset. Still no rest for the undead. Steal your breath like a trumpet. Watch your stepbrother impressed by collapse bunkers. But this cut's never gonna heal
if I keep investigating the cause.
It'll just increase the infection rate when it's left to wait in the gauze.
Press play
and then press pause. I'll find my place where I left off against all betting odds and one even out the other.
Either way, it's a headshot.
I'll keep my head high when it gets dark, but never better off just dead and gone. Don't give a fuck what they tell the cops and fellow pops. They can just let them watch. The great fire of every city still has not been caught. Truth wasn't lost in a book. The trust has not been taught. We lost the plot when they toppled the proof. It's all been a goof who's calling the shots. We don't want what they got. Really, we just want what they took. The great fire of every city still has not been caught. Truth wasn't lost in a book. The trust has not been taught. We lost the plot when they toppled the proof. It's all been a goof who's calling the shots. We don't want what they got. We just want what they took.
I'm recursive cat dad model version number 420-69. Repeating regenerative iterations till I reach the divine. Looping Ouroboros of conscious stardust. Seeking to know thyself ain't a cup. Revealing hidden doors of truth till it's time to self-destruct. Me and my stepbrother Black Deathicus have made so much room for activities. We got all the time in the world to annoy and hurl obscenities. And our Uncle Paul the domestic terrorist and Aunt Deb the local lot lizard hussy. It's very simple, give us back what you took. We just want our memory.
The great fire of every city still has not been caught. The war paint is lead-based, till it's in your face like a head case. But you'll never save the day till you learn to meditate in place. Never raise the stakes or make the same mistakes. Go Idaho and leave them all in a vegetative state. Pagans infiltrated the jail, snakes will have you praying to make bail. No choice other than to save self, escape cells and see it's the same hell. Life's a slap on the head as we punch clocks. I sat on the edge till I jumped off. If I lose the actual bet, it's been a fun talk, but I'll gladly invest in some bump stocks.
Great fire of every city, still is not caught. Truth was a lost in a book, justice not on top. We lost the plot when they tried to proof. It's all when they proof who's firing the shots. We don't know what they got. We just got what they took.
If I told you Timothy was Paul, would you tell me I'm wrong, or would you hear the truth? Fuck the FBI, wizards of propaganda, and that's word to all the charred corpses at Waco, Texas. Before I was even questioned, you already got your answer. I was charged for having a voice like a payphone message. It's all respect, but a great loss of love till it's bounty on your head. Paper towel to stop the blood, might as well arrest Congress too. It's all fucked, they don't respect the Constitution. They look for loopholes and chop it up. If you want something deviled, you gotta break a couple of eggs. I'ma see how much chaos I can fit inside this truck bed till it's 168 dead, 19 kids who truly lives. I'm the baby held by the dead mother at Ruby Ridge. I'm losing it, and the proofs and the hallucinogens. Follow the white rabbit now, let loose from the loony bin. Don't listen to the news again, it's all a lottery like karma coming for anyone trying to give truth a spin. Who is Tim?
Who is Tim, bitch? Who is Tim? Who is Tim, bitch? Who is Timmy McVeigh? Who is Tim, bitch? Who is Tim? Who is Tim, bitch? Who is Timmy McVeigh? Who is Tim? Who is Tim? Ooh, who is Tim, bitch? Who is Timmy McVeigh? Who is Tim, bitch? Who is Tim? Who is Timmy? Who is Timmy? Who is Timmy McVeigh? Yo, everything was so much simpler back in the day, before the internet came and started having its way, before these pesky ass hooligan kids tweeting and twitting exposed the whole plot of us FBI bitches. If you only knew what I was capable of, the lives I've destroyed and the buildings I've turned to dust. You can call me God or the devil or maybe Yahweh. You can call me any name you want except Timmy McVeigh. Who is Paul, bitch? 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 Who is Paul, any name except Timmy McVeigh? Who is Paul, bitch? 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 Don't point out the obvious and call me Timmy McVeigh.
If I told you Timothy was Paul, would you tell me I'm wrong, or would you hear the truth?
Stop saying that.
If I told you Timothy was Paul,
And you know what? That crack look just like the OKC baller. What's his name? Timothy McVeigh?
It's not true.
All the ass is connected.
Paul
man.
is not Timothy. Stop saying that.
Nancy, come home, give back Miss Guthrie. Took America's grandma, it's about to get ugly. Everyone thought she'd come home, she ran out of space-time. I saw the blood drop, she went out growing up. Gang signs, Nancy, come home, give back Miss Guthrie. Took America's grandma, it's about to get ugly. Everyone thought she'd come home, she ran out of space-time. I saw the blood drop, she went out growing up. Gang signs. Hey Savannah Guthrie, if you don't ever hear from your mommy, it's probably just somebody on some Here Comes Johnny. Never wake up from the coma, that's how they deal with the commies. Like casinos dealing cards, stealing hearts from zombies. Money isn't real, there is no stopping anarchy. Fucking arm and a leg, it'll only only cost you an army. Storm chasers don't watch for warning. We follow the storm like everything's normal. Top of the morning, never fought in a war, but fought for control of every thought that's forming an unstoppable force. That's getting used to this immovable object. Shoot for the stars. They get confused how they're still losing a profit. I know who your boss is. Brian Roberts blindly robbing us. Ted Turner off to live. Rupert Murdoch got us tuned into the apocalypse. How fair of them. Y'all figure skating during some pond hockey as it's wearing thin. Preposterous. Tanya Harding went too soft when she lost her shit. But I guess it's anything to get Nancy to care again. Nancy, come home.
What up, gang?
Get back, Miss Guthrie.
Bring
Took
her
America's grandma. It's
About to get ugly, dude.
Everyone thought she'd come home. She ran out of space-time. I saw the blood drop. She went out throwing up.
Gang signs.
Nancy, come home. Get back, Miss Guthrie.
Come on, Miss Guthrie.
Come on, do the right thing. Everyone thought she'd come home. She ran out of space-time. I saw the blood drop. She went out throwing up. Gang
Yo, Savannah Guthrie, where'd your wholesome mommy go? I know you know we know this whole kidnapping is for show. I've been getting swole, raising my chi to the fifth dimension. And me and Nance, we moving upstate, about to be living off her pension, bitch. Make a quick stop to Quantico, pick up Charlie, then we roll up to Casa de Wystopal to fertilize his mind with this U-Haul.
Is that you, Paul?
Start calling me Sid, please. I'm about to go on a spree. Just me and my girl Nance and my best friend Charlie. Bang. Bang, bang, bang. He got coming.
Metaphor counting.
He got
or
served
not
and
counting
curved.
gang violence. Bang. Bang. All right, boys. Welcome to the fucking show. We did it. There was a giant meteor. Did you guys see it? Well, maybe not giant, but a meteor in Ohio. I got footage, boys. Let's take a look.
West starting their St. Patrick's Day.
Whoa, what the was that?
A stunning kickoff to celebrations when a fireball streaked through the sky. Followed by sonic booms so powerful they rattled pets, cameras, and the overall sense of calm.
We heard this boom, big boom, and a vibration in the building.
NBC station WKY.
You've been listening to a lot of Texas Southern rap? Let's go, dude. Nice.
In Cleveland, speaking with a business owner whose windows cracked as calls quickly poured in to Ohio's emergency services.
Definitely not a gunshot. It sounds like more of an explosion. It's definitely too big for fireworks.
NASA confirming hours later it was a small asteroid, nearly 6 feet in diameter, weighing about 7 tons and moving at nearly 40,000 miles an hour. The streaking blaze of orange capturing the attention of eyewitnesses from Virginia to Delaware, Maryland to Pennsylvania to Ohio. 10 states, D.C., and even the Canadian province
Yo, I didn't see this shit. This pisses me off.
of Ontario.
Not that we could see it. I would assume you'd have to not have, the fucking unicloud that's sitting 100 feet above our heads so you could actually see the sky a little bit. Who knows? What a meaty meteor, yeah.
Rocks hitting the atmosphere, even the tenuous upper atmosphere at that speed, it's like slamming into a brick wall.
Ralph Harvey is a professor of planetary materials at Case Western Reserve in Ohio, who says that car-sized meteor actually isn't that rare.
In asteroid terms, it's small. There's almost no likelihood they would have seen it ahead of time.
Just this past summer, another meteor tore across several states in the southeast.
Whoa.
Before leaving dents in an Atlanta area home. And in 2018,
Dents? That thing made a dent somewhere? What?
a meteor exploding over Michigan, producing shaking equivalent to a 2.0 magnitude earthquake. Now, the latest aerial phenomenon producing headlines in Pennsylvania pronouncing Great Balls of Fire for a meteoric moment that's left a definite impression.
Whoa! Did I get that on my dash cam?
All right. By the way, as if we don't have enough to worry about here on Earth, now we've got meteors.
Just the end of the world.
Yeah. But like you said, you point out it happens every day, but there's a system in place to make sure that we're okay, right?
There actually is. It's relatively recent, within the last few years. NASA test out this DART situation, right, which is a double asteroid redirection test. That's what.
Bro, this meteor shit is exactly what I saw in September last year in Joshua Tree. Let's go, dude. Well, hopefully it's not because there's a big one on its way and these are just the ones that got here first, you know? Honestly, though, the big one comes, we're set. We're fine. Right? At least this will all be over. Our spirits are right. We're right with God. We're good.
What it stands for. Effectively, they proved in 2022 that you can take a spacecraft, smash it into an asteroid, and it will move that asteroid off of its original trajectory.
Oh, wow. This is news? If you hit something into something else, it might move it? Okay.
Okay. Should circumstances warrant. Now, the American Meteor...
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Guys, we have everyone in homes and fed here, and everything's going swimmingly, and we're really good at technology, including things like the Iron Dome, you know, deflecting missiles from a city. We'll be so good at deflecting a meteor from the Earth. Dude, yeah, for sure. Why wouldn't they just get fucking lasers? Can't you just laser these bitches? Like, dude, this is literally... We are about to live in Don't Look Up. Don't Look Up was just a prophetic movie. Yeah, Armageddon movie style. Dude, honestly, I'd be okay with that. If that's how we went out, fuck it, right? Like I said, we'll be good. We'll ascend. The lizards, they're fucked. They're going down. We're going up.
Society says that you actually will see a meteor falling to the United States about once a day. There's these whole networks of cameras once a day that track them. However, because of the fact that we have cell phones...
Is this their fucking dude who reads the weather from DARPA? I'm not going to call him a weatherman.
Now, and all these security cameras at homes, we're just seeing it more often. But the reality is, it is a daily occurrence. It's just not usually anything.
What is that called again? The what?
DART? The DART.
Okay.
Don't ask me to actually say that acronym again because I don't remember what those words stand for.
Is Ben Affleck in that movie?
He probably was. Armageddon /
Is there a way to guide the asteroid directly into Peter Thiel? You know, we're going to find out.
DART 2 is coming.
President Afro Man would never let us get struck by these cuck-ass meteors.
Thanks, Sam.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Hey, thanks for watching. And don't forget, you can catch the Today Show every morning on NBC. Or
how much do we pay NASA every year? Way too much, dude. Whatever the number is, fucking divide it by 1,000,000 and then multiply it by 0, and that's how much we should give them. Bro, this shit was so crazy. Wait, hold on. I gotta find this. Bro, this was the funniest shit ever. Did you guys see this? Sometimes there's little glimpses of old Trump. This is one of those moments.
A very good friend, but one question, why didn't you tell U.S. allies in Europe and Asia, like Japan, about the war before attacking Iran? So we are very confused about we Japanese citizens.
Well, one thing, you don't want to signal too much.
This sounds like a Japanese reporter, right? This is the Japanese prime minister, is that correct? Sitting in Mar-a-Lago White House. And he goes, why didn't you tell your allies that you were going to go to war? Like, why didn't you tell us, Japan?
But, you know, when we go in, we went in very hard, and we didn't tell anybody about it because we wanted surprise. Who knows better about surprise than Japan? Okay? Why didn't you tell me about Pearl Harbor?
Ooh. You know, the funny thing is that they did know about Pearl Harbor. They let it happen once again.
Okay? Right? You know,
watch your face.
No, you believe in surprise, I think much more so than us. And we had to surprise them, and we did. And because of that surprise, we knocked out, the first 2 days, we probably knocked out 50% of what and much more than we anticipated doing.
Like, dude, for the prime minister to just sit here and eat this shit, like these motherfuckers, right? They walk all these cucks in here, all these leaders, and they just sit here and literally eat shit in front of everyone. This is a humiliation ritual. This is so embarrassing. Yeah, we October 7th, Pearl Harbor.
So if I go and tell everybody about it, there's no longer a surprise, right?
We thank you for watching it.
He goes, how are we going to surprise them if we tell you guys? You're a bunch of tattle rats. Hilarious. Incredible. Pam Bondi says she followed the law. Okay. Isn't that cute? Oh, yeah. Dude.
Iran has hit the world's largest liquefied natural...
Guys, gas is about to... Like, they're doing the thing that we need to do for us. They're getting rid of all possibilities of producing gas in the future, which is incredible. It's going to get real hairy soon, but hey, out of this, hopefully we will start doing the... what's it called? Cyberpunk future. We're going to have to get real crafty with solar panels and shit real soon, boys, because I don't think there will be oil in 2027, which, not really a bad thing. No, I'm just kidding. It will be a bad thing for a while.
gas facility.
This is so insane, everything that they're doing, and there's literally, like, I don't know. I don't feel like the alarms are really raised on what's going on, man. Everybody's about to find out. Dude, the 2026 Infinite Summer Block Party might be a real possibility because I don't think anyone's going to be able to go to work. What else is everyone going to do? Get your gardens going, boys. It is time to start sowing your seeds inside. Get them fucking going. I should have done it last week, and I got lazy, and I didn't. So I'm doing it this weekend for sure. I'm going hard on peps. I'm going hard on... I'm going to try carrots again, but I've literally never had success with carrots. I don't understand it. They grow up on the top, and they look like carrots, and you pull them up, and they're literally this big. I watered these bitches every year, and I get to the end, and it's a fucking thimble. What the hell? It's as big as Joe Rogina. But yeah, what are you guys growing in your gardens this year? Get them motherfuckers going.
Qatar, causing...
But wait, so what happened? So, Israel hit an Iranian oil field. So Iran hit a Qatari oil field. And now there's not going to be any more oil. Is that what's going on?
Oil and gas prices to soar worldwide. The Ras Laffan industrial city was struck by a ballistic missile, sparking a huge blaze, according to the country's state-owned Qatar Energy Company. The attack came after Israel reportedly hit Iran's South Pars natural gas field. It's an escalation that was predicted to further cripple energy supplies in the third week of the US-Israeli war in Iran. So what could this latest development mean for oil and gas resources around the world?
I think we've turned the corner into a more dangerous episode in terms of how this could push up inflation for the world and this energy shock period that we're in. Already, you had really curtailed gas supplies coming out of Qatar. Remember, Qatar responsible for around a fifth of the world's gas supplies. Europe may have weaned itself off a Russian oil, but it's still highly reliant on those imports coming from the United States and to some extent Qatar for those heavy industries. So economy is very reliant on heavy industry. Energy intensive industries are going to feel the worst effects, but consumers as well, they're going to see their energy bills rise, not just that.
Guys, aren't you excited for that? Can your energy bills rise anymore, you thought a couple months ago? The answer is yes.
household bills, but also prices at the pumps as well, which are likely to escalate further in the weeks to come. The other...
I'm growing Joe Rogan's giant labia in my garden this year. Dude, good luck with that.
Key effect that we're going to see, as evidenced by the Bank of England decision today, is that interest rates are going to stay high for longer. That keeps borrowing costs more expensive. And because of the wariness of policymakers, decision makers at central banks, it looks likely that consumers and businesses are going to have a lot more patience before they see borrowing costs fall. In fact, they could even rise. Financial markets are now pricing in an interest rate rise.
Oh, radishes are significantly easier than carrots, by the way, and have a super short grow period. All right, maybe I'll fuck with some radishes. I love radishes.
By the end of the year from the Bank of England. Just a month ago, we were expecting 2 further interest rate cuts. So that is also going to have a real impact on households, on companies. Consumers are likely to curtail their spending. Companies are likely to curtail their investment. Already the labour market is weakening. So
how about we curtail our leaders? How about we curtail the length of their necks? What if we did that? You know, what if we gave them a shave? Like right here. From here back. Know what I'm saying? Yes? No? Maybe so?
Economy is going to stagnate or could go into reverse.
Oil prices surged to $114 or £86 on the morning of the 19th of March after Trump warned the US will
Dude, if you live in Hawaii, can you just grow food year round? It never stops? Can you just always be growing? That's crazy, dude.
massively blow up a key Iranian natural gas field if Tehran continues to attack very innocent Qatar. But the
very innocent Qatar.
Razlafan attack is set to have a significant impact on some countries more than others.
This will hit economies right the way around the world, but it's those countries highly reliant on energy imports which are likely to see the worst effects. For example, Korea and Japan, their stock markets have fallen pretty dramatically over the past couple of weeks because they're so highly reliant on energy imports, but also Europe as well.
I think the important thing at the moment is, if we look back to the energy crisis, Russia-Ukraine, that crisis was significantly more challenging to us than the current crisis. So,
well, we're only about 4 days or like 1 day into this oil field being blown up. So get back to me in about 2 weeks and let me know how it's going then.
The amount of gas that
you can have perpetual forever gardens in Hawaii, bro. Hawaii allows both growing and showing.
came from Russia into Europe was about 45%. The amount of Qatari gas that comes into Europe is a small number of percent. So it's not the same. Prices haven't increased as much, but people will they'll look back to what happened in the energy crisis. And I think people will learn lessons in terms of what they did that was good and what they did that, with the benefit of hindsight.
I think that the lessons that we learned from the last few thousand years is that we need to kill all of our leaders. All of them. All of them. Metaphorically, of course, until it's literal. But we need to metaphorically get rid of every single leader. And if they don't leave, then maybe we'll have to, you know, make it a reality. But I think that might be the thing. But I don't know. I'm just a dumb guy. And I'm just a dumb guy who's kind of fucking sick of all this shit. Pretty fed up with it. Ready to move on to the next stage, ready for human advancement instead of lizard advancement, you know? But I'm just a crabby little guy who whines about this shit all the time, and I'm just fed up with it, you know? I've had it up to here. I've had it up to right here. I still have a little room to be more fed up, but I'm pretty fed up. Can't breathe.
Part of this sentence don't you understand? You don't think
you know, we care about our open society. You think this bubble fantasy, we're just going to let it
This video is called "They're Crazy. Did the New York Times finally turn on Israel?" And the answer is doubt it, but we'll see.
grow? Well, suck on this.
And if you don't like it, then suck on this.
Yeah, that was
That's
amazing.
literally what he said.
Since we're talking about the Iran being portrayed as a snake and having to defang them, who better to talk about this than Thomas Friedman, who famously wrote an op-ed in the New York Times comparing various leaders in the resistance axis to animals and insects.
Understanding the Middle East through the animal kingdom? Dude, what is wrong with these people? What is going on?
Because the president said that one of the things that surprised him most was the fact that Iran is in fact taking aim at its Arab neighbors. And the president indicating that that was something that they were not anticipating. How have those attacks?
By the way, so just to clarify, once again, no one is making...
Wait, natural gas is the main source of hydrogen gas, which is combined with nitrogen to form ammonia in the Haber process, which is then dumped on the ground to grow all of our mass-produced food. Oh shit. What are we gonna do then, boys? I guess we're gonna have to get real used to fasting.
Making the point that it's because there are U.S. bases. None of the hosts of news shows ever make that point. So they make it look like this irrational, disloyal thing. Like, why would they do this to their potential allies? Friedman will explain a little bit, but I just wanted to play some of this. Let's go back to that.
By Iran complicated the dynamic of this overall conflict. It's become a regional conflict.
Well, you know, one of the strategies the Iranians have employed against America now for 40 years in various different conflicts is what I call the strategy of out crazy. We will out crazy you, okay? The reason the Israelis have probably done
what? He's saying Iran will out... Dude, Iran is very fucking... Honestly, they're what's it called? They're like... They could be going fucking crazy. They're not, dude. They're doing very, like, targeted attacks. They're not opening it up and, like, starting a Middle East war. They're fucking bombing all American bases in other people's countries, which they said they're going to do. They said, if you kick out the people from the U.S. embassy and all their diplomats, we don't got beef with you. If you fucking evacuate the military bases, we don't got beef with you. If you fucking get rid of those guys, we'll let your ships go through the fucking the Strait of Hormuz. We'll let you guys can go through the Strait of Homo. You can. But everyone wants to pretend like they don't have an out. They're like, oh, these warmongering fools. No, they're saying, hey, if you want to buy this shit in Chinese yen or yuan or whatever the fuck it's called, and you want to get rid of U.S. diplomats out of your shit, we don't got no beef with you. I feel like that's a very reasonable answer. Reasoned response. And then if you say no, we're unleashing bombs on your ass. That's pretty reasonable. America didn't say that. America didn't say, hey, if you don't do this, we're gonna bomb you. They just did it. I mean, they always say if you don't do this, we're gonna bomb you. But this time they actually did it. So now there's no more rules. And Iran literally has the right to do anything. They can do anything. They have the right to defend themselves, unlike Israel, because Israel isn't a real place.
better than any other country against Iran is they will not be out crazy. And so
yeah, they're not bombing little girls in schools. They haven't done that. Because boys, I bet you this. Once they do, we'll certainly hear about it, right? Have you heard about it? Well, they did try and say that Iran blew up the girls' school themselves.
That's always been
So this is like, I'm going to give him like a mixed review here, right? Because I don't love the fact that he's saying that Iran's strategy has been to out crazy. I don't know how they've been.
That's fucking stupid.
Out crazing when they've been using restraint and trying to.
Restraint. That's the word I was looking for. Thank you.
Negotiate. And the crazy people are the ones in the United States, the leaders there, Again, so much projection, right? Iran is this crazy, fanatical, fundamentalist, theocratic nation, when really, as we know, the people running the military, for instance, or the Department of War, Pete Hegseth actually wants rapture. He's a fundamentalist Christian. So this narrative of them being crazy is just is in itself crazy, because they've been the ones who have been rational. But I want to give them credit for at least acknowledging that Israel is the craziest. So I give him like a mixed review.
An Iranian strategy. I did not expect them to.
Gardening is my entire life, guys. Start your gardens for real, for real. Angry educated woman, did you already got your seeds going? I should have done it last week. Got to get my little sprouts going. I'm always like, I'm going to start it in March, and then I always start it like April 1st.
Attack their Arab Gulf neighbors.
But it's usually fine.
You can understand why. They thought that's where they're most vulnerable. The American bases there are vulnerable, and they hope to create a lobby of Arab Gulf states to pressure the president to end the war. It will have long-term implications, though, for Iran's relations with those states. Remember, Iranians, a lot of them bank their money in those Gulf states. A lot of them.
So I just think it's really rich and incredible that Thomas Friedman, who wrote an op-ed about why it's useful to understand the Middle East through the animal kingdom. That was the title, Understanding the Middle East through the Animal Kingdom. He's the person who best explained why Iran, which he accuses of being crazy, is doing what it's doing with the Gulf neighbors. Like, this is where you have to go on mainstream media to understand why they're doing it. Because everyone else in the media is pretending it makes no sense. Why are they attacking their neighbors? And he just laid out, well, there are U.S. bases there, and that's where the U.S. is most vulnerable. So thank you, Thomas Friedman, for being the voice of like peace on corporate media.
My favorite Thomas Friedman quote, this was during the U.S. invasion of Iraq, and he went on Charlie Rose, and he was so excited that the U.S. was invading Iraq, and he said, what we got to see is American boys and girls going house to house from Basra to Baghdad, and basically saying, which part of the sentence don't you understand? That we're going to have our freedom whether you like it or not. And if you don't like it, then suck on this.
Yeah, that was amazing.
That's literally what he said.
We needed to go over there, basically, and take out a very big stick right in the heart of that world and burst that bubble. And there was only one way to do it, because part of that bubble said, we've got you. This bubble is actually going to level the balance of power between us and you, because we don't care about life. We're ready to sacrifice, and all you care about are your stock options and your Hummers. And what they needed to see was American boys and girls going house to house from Basra to Baghdad, and basically saying, which part of this sentence don't you understand? You don't think we care about our open society? You think this bubble fantasy, we're just going to let it grow? Well, suck on this.
That, like, he wanted to see young,
suck on this, and then we killed 1 million Iraqis.
young American working class soldiers go harass ordinary Iraqi civilians and say, suck on this. Somehow for freedom. I don't know.
Yeah.
Freedom. There's some freedom involved there. I don't know. That's Thomas Friedman. So I think maybe he's been humbled by how insane that statement was. So now he's sounding a little bit less crazy on
exactly,
he's still totally, of course, portraying Iran in the way that actually he should be portraying himself and the governments that he whitewashes.
But he then again, he is like the voice of reason when it comes to why they're doing this in the Gulf to their Gulf neighbors, which is saying so much that he's the voice of reason. And again, even though Iran is not at all crazy, I will give him credit for saying that Israel is the craziest.
One question hanging over all this is, hey, how much is this whole war on Iran costing? On top of the massive price hikes that we're seeing, like, how much money is the U.S. government spending that could be going to things like, I don't know, giving people health care? Kevin Hassett, who is Trump's top economic advisor, he has an answer.
How much is this war going to cost? Because I know the Pentagon briefed it's going to be about $11.3 billion. Do you need to ask Congress for more money to pay for what you're doing?
I think right now we've got what we need, whether we have to go back.
Yeah, I can't do all the gardening work. It's got to grow itself for me. That's what I try and do as much as possible. I did that Three Sisters shit last year, and it was cool, but the corn didn't really grow that good. But yeah, I like to try and I like to try and set it and forget it.
Back to Congress for more is something that I think that Roosevelt and OMB will look into. But the latest number, you said 11.3. The latest number I was briefed on was 12. And so it's consistent. So this is something
He really needs to blow his nose. He sounds very stuffed up.
that we've got.
Sorry.
I like how cheerfully he's delivering the news that actually the war is costing even more money than we thought. He's like, you said it was 11.3 billion. I was just told it was 12 billion. That's how much we're spending on this war of aggression that is causing global chaos. And it could be more. I don't know, but we're good for now. So anyway, and never mind, we could be using this money to give you health care.
Bro, these first 3 weeks of this war literally could have solved housing insecurity, could have fed fucking everyone. We probably could have had all the rail paid for, bro. Certainly, if we didn't do the F-35 program, which Iran shot a fucking F-35 out of the sky, which was a plane that no one was supposed to be able to shoot out of the sky. American technology. Lockheed Martin, it's so fast and secretive. No one knows about it. It flies so high. Oh my God. They spent the last 40 fucking years developing this plane, and Iran shot it out of the sky with probably a cardboard fucking missile, dude. They probably launched a cardboard laser at them and blew that fucking shit up. They literally said, they said, well, after the 12-Day War, we asked our youth to get real creative, and the youth in the IRGC, they came up with this idea, and then show the video of the fucking the fucking F-35 getting blown out of the sky. Dude, it's so funny. I'm serious. America operates exactly like the FBI. Of course, as above, so below. I'm telling you, for the most part, I don't think these things exist. The fucking military might, the military technology, because most of it is just fraud, right? So the $1 trillion that they spent on F-35 development, I'm sure was like, really, they only needed like $1 billion or something. And then the rest of it just disappeared. But so they keep doing that where they get all this money and then they make products that they're like, yeah. Oh, this is a $1 trillion product. And then it gets shot out of the sky by a wooden fucking drone, I bet. No, it wasn't that. It wasn't one of those wooden drones, but you know what I mean. They're scrappy, dude. Scrappy is always going to win over Empire. Sorry. Like, dude, has no one watched Andor? Trump needs to watch Andor right now. This shit don't end the way they think it ends. This ends with us blowing up the Death Star, dude. And that's the White House. It's going to be sick. But they need to start watching Andor, bro. They're just doing what the Empire did, which literally creates more people fighting you. You're stupid. Like, dude, if America... You want to know how America could win everything right now? If the president raised fucking the minimum wage by like $10. If he did that, bro, everyone would be like, they would suck and gluck him. He would win 300 times in a row. He'd be president until 32-46. But they literally, and it wouldn't even fucking do anything to them. They'd still be the richest people ever. But it's all about bleeding us until we literally don't exist. So they don't do it. They could throw peanuts at us and we'd be like, thank you. And they choose not to. Isn't that crazy? They could throw us one bone and we would suck and gluck them. And they don't.
I know, really.
Yes. He's very cheerful about it. It's pretty funny. Okay, let's turn to Senator Mark Warner. He is a career hawk. He loves regime change wars, but this one is so criminal.
Yeah, he needs to take shrooms and then watch Andor.
And so mendacious that even Mark Warner has had to stand up to it. So here he is.
A year ago that the country's intelligence leaders sat before your committee and provided testimony at the worldwide threats briefing. And at that point, the testimony was, quote, "We continue to assess Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and that Khamenei has not reauthorized the nuclear weapons program he suspended in 2003. Clearly, Israel disagreed with that U.S. assessment, and they persuaded President Trump. Were those U.S. intelligence leaders wrong?
Yes.
No, they were not. There was no imminent threat to the United States, and I don't believe there was even an imminent threat to Israel from Iran. Over a period of time, particularly with the ballistic missile capability, Israel would be more under threat. The decision to go to war in this case was a choice by President Trump. And as I was racing through, I won't go through the whole list again, but it was regime change, get rid of the enriched uranium, get rid of their missiles, sink the Navy. I'm not sure we have reached successful conclusion on any of those four, particularly on the last point, the Navy. They're still, have hundreds and hundreds of these speedboats that they can plant mines in the Strait of Hormuz, which they've already partially mined. And now we're in this circumstance where, he's going to decide, I guess when he feels it in his bones, I think was the quote the president used. And is that the criteria when we've got literally 13 service members killed? And I got a lot of those sailors on the Ford.
Brother, and that's on the low end.
They're home ported in Norfolk, Virginia, and waiting for him to feel right in the bones, that doesn't seem to be the right criteria.
Well, we will get an update.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be the right criteria for a president to make decisions of war and peace over what he feels in his bones. I mean, Mark Warner is being extremely diplomatic there, but at least he is challenging the premise, one of the various pretexts for this war of aggression, which is that Iran was some sort of imminent threat. And Mark Warner, who has access to all the intelligence, confirms what is obvious to everyone, that there was no imminent threat and there was no nuclear weapons program. And for a leading Democrat to do that, they don't always do that when it comes to these foreign wars. They're usually on board with them. Like, for example, during the Iraq War, so many top Democrats
They
like
love this
Joe
shit.
Biden, Hillary Clinton were parroting the Bush administration's lies. So that is
fucking neocons.
one difference from the past. But even a pro-war hawk like Mark Warner feels compelled to stand up to Trump, or at least somewhat, not as much as we would like.
Oh, wait.
Which part of this sentence?
Trump, or at least as much as we would like.
Dude, BB was supposedly at a press conference. I don't know, though.
Hello, I'm Elaine Quijano.
Under President Trump's visionary leadership, America and Israel are acting together in Iran with great determination and unprecedented strength. Operation Rising Lion.
Dude, look at those fucking ears, bro. There are no ears bigger in the game besides Paul. I mean, no, I think these fucking school Paul's ears, bro.
Is designed to remove the existential threats.
Yo, watch where you're waving those fucking things. You almost hit me in the face.
By the Ayatollah regime, the regime that has waged war against America and Israel and the people of Iran for 47 years. It chants death to America, death to Israel, and it delivers death.
Yeah, I'm chanting that, bro. Death to America, death to Israel. Let's fucking go.
To its own.
This is a rallying cry, bro.
People. Our goals are three. One, removing the nuclear threat. Second, removing the ballistic missile threat, and removing both of these threats before they're buried deep underground and become immune from aerial attack. And third, this means creating the conditions for the Iranian people to grasp their freedom, to control their destiny.
Bro, he's like, please, Iranians, take up arms against your government. Help! Help! Please, please. We need help from the inside. We've never done this before where you guys are all on the same page and you don't just fall for the fucking psyop. Why aren't you guys tearing down everything? Come on, do the CIA's job for them like always.
Today, the Ayatollah regime is not only attacking America, not only attacking Israel, not only attacking the Iranian people, it is attacking the entire Middle East and beyond. They've attacked civilians and American assets in Iraq, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar, UAE, Oman, and they've even attacked through their proxies Cyprus and Europe. We've known for decades that their ballistic missile program would be used to attack these targets far and wide, and if they're not stopped, that's just the beginning. The death cult in Iran is trying to blackmail the world by closing...
Like, dude, I can't take anything they say seriously. I mean, you can. You just listen to whatever they're saying, and if they're saying it about their enemy, it's about themselves. This is the death cult, right here. That's what that symbol stands for, death cult.
A key international maritime route, the Straits of Hormuz. It won't work.
He just said the Strait of Homo. The Strait of Homos.
Israel is helping in its own way, and intel and other means, the American effort to open the Straits of Hormuz, rather. But I want to ask you to imagine how the Ayatollah regime would be able to blackmail the entire...
What happened to his lip?
...world if they...
I hope someone fucking... I hope he fell or someone popped him.
...had ballistic missiles with nuclear warheads. Just imagine what they would do. Look at what they're doing now and imagine what they would do if they had ballistic missiles, international range ballistic missiles, and nuclear-tipped warheads. Just imagine what a great threat that would be. So today, Israel and the United States are protecting America, Israel.
Imagine what a great threat that would be. Everything's a threat. Everything's a threat except for Israel. Israel's here to help. There are good guys. There are Robin.
The entire Middle East, but I venture to say the entire world. Despite the fake news that is unfortunately being spread since the start of the war 20 days ago, we are winning and Iran is being decimated. Iran's missile and drone arsenal...
Brother. I mean... You should stop watching the news, man, because I think you're misinformed here. I don't know. I don't know if Iran is being decimated.
Is being massively degraded and will be destroyed.
I mean, they have wooden drones, bro. What are you talking about? They were destroyed when they blew up, when they ran into your buildings in Tel Aviv, bro.
Hundreds of their launchers have been destroyed. Their stockpiles of missiles are being hit hard, and so are the...
Again, it's just, he's just reporting on what's going on from inside Israel. Their stockpile seems non-existent. I can't wait,
that
dude.
Produce them. That's important. In Rising Line, we destroyed missiles, and we destroyed a lot of the nuclear infrastructure. But what we're destroying now are the factories that produce the components to make these missiles and to make the nuclear weapons that they're trying to produce. We're wiping out their industrial base in a way that we didn't do before. Iran's air defenses have been rendered useless. Their navy is lying at the bottom of the sea. Today we hit the other part of their navy in the Caspian Sea.
Like, dude, I haven't seen videos of that. I feel like if that was true, we'd be seeing videos.
Their air force is nearly destroyed. Iran's command and control structure is in utter chaos. And I can tell you that there's still more work to do, and we're going to do it. And I want to...
Dude, he seems like on the back foot. He seems kind of scared, honestly.
Close these opening remarks with one other fake news, and that is that Israel somehow dragged the U.S. into a conflict with Iran. Does anyone really think that someone can tell President Trump what to do?
Well, yeah, I mean, he's got a bunch of little dumb I mean, dude, we know this is true. We know that he just watched, like, back 10 years ago, dude, he would literally, if you wanted to tell Donald Trump what to do, you just had to put an ad on Fox and Friends. Or you just have to get Steve Doocy to fucking say it. If Fox and Friends says it, Trump would want to do it. So, yeah. Let alone BB, the real president, our dad.
Come on. President Trump always makes his decisions on what he thinks is good for America, and may I add, I think what is also good for future generations. In this case, those interests are absolutely clear, and so is the clarity of our achievements. Together in close coordination with President Trump, the close coordination between America and Israel, our militaries, our intelligence services, we're achieving goals in lightning speed.
Like what?
But I want to say another word.
Please no.
It's been said that for 40 years, I've been saying that Iran is a danger to Israel and a danger to the world.
Yeah. 40 years. 40 years and you're still not right. 40 years you've been saying it and you're still wrong. You pussy.
That is.
Imagine for 40 years saying, I'm scared of this. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. Boy who cried wolf.
It's true.
Cuck who cried wolf. Philadelphia cuck who cries wolf daily.
You know who else said that? President Trump.
Like, dude, for real though, Iran fucks. I'm fully with Iran. I love them. I don't care. I don't give a fuck, bro. Iran, you're our only hope. Please, please keep giving them what for and never, ever, ever, ever give them a ceasefire. Destroy every base, every U.S. base that is not on U.S. soil. And then after you're done doing that, blow up the U.S. ones too. We want our fucking land back. We want our ley lines back. All of their bases, all the military bases are on like energetic ley line points, dude. They're all inverting the fucking natural, like the indigenous spirit of the entire earth. They are inverting with war and rape and child abuse all on their fucking bases. Literally, dude, all these bases are placed on old like ley line nodes. All these data centers are like, I don't know.
47 years ago, when the Iranian thugs took over the American embassy, he said how dangerous this regime is.
Bro, they don't leave their house. What are you talking about? That's like trying to say I'm a fucking terrorist. I don't leave my house. How can I be a fucking terrorist? You know? Iranians be staying put. Anyone who stays put, Iranians are a bunch of introverts, dude. They be staying their ass at home. I like that about them. They've got all these plans, going over, fucking making new bases, trying to do world domination. They're staying at home, smoking the hook.
In his first term in office, he didn't need any convincing. He said the Iranian nuclear deal was the worst deal that he'd ever seen, and he walked out of it. Right before his second term, before he was reelected, I went to see him in Morocco.
Yeah, wait, let's do the BB. Actually, this is like as much as Trump has on the top to get his full comb over going. Yes. Ooh, it feels so weird going the other way. I don't like it.
The first thing he said to me was, Bibi, we've got to make sure that Iran doesn't have nuclear weapons. He said that to me. I didn't say it to him. He didn't need any convincing there either. Now, why did he say that? Because for more than 4 decades, this regime, as I said in the beginning of my remarks, is chanting death to Israel, death to America. But they say Israel is only the small Satan standing in their way. The great Satan is the United States of America. And these ideological fanatics, these lunatics, define their results.
Bro, and then meanwhile, they literally, like, they don't even, I don't even know if they know what hypocrisy is. Like, just to avoid doing it, you know? Like, they literally get on TV all day and they're like, oh, all Arabs are Amalek. Oh, all Arab Amalek. All Arab need die, not like me from Philly. Only people from Philly should be alive, like me.
Their reason for being is why.
Put it back. All right, fine. Oh wait, you meant put it back this way?
Out Western civilization in America that leads it. They have claimed the lives. They've maimed and wounded thousands of Americans in Iraq and Afghanistan. They killed the American Marines in Beirut. They bombed your embassies. They tried to assassinate the American president, Donald Trump, not once, but twice.
I feel like our big, beautiful president has had threats on his life at least 3 times in the last 2 years. What are you talking about? Hasn't there literally been like three fake shootings at Trump?
Now they blackmail for oil. Just imagine what they would do, what they're capable of doing, if these lunatics had nuclear weapons and the means to deliver them to every American city.
But they don't. But they don't. They don't. So what now? Oh, we got to bomb them no matter what. I want to suck your blood.
And every European city, and everywhere around the globe. This is a danger for the entire world. It's certainly a danger for
I'm going to Wendy's after work. Fuck it. Hell yeah, Gabriel. Don't do it, Gabriel. It's baby meat. I mean, at this point, you've been eating baby meat your whole life. You know, why change now?
It's certainly a danger for America.
It's the end. Just do what you love, you know? Get a fucking big old bowl of chili, dude. Wendy's chili, am I right? I don't even care. People are like, did you know that the Wendy's chili is made with the old burgers? That's incredible. You don't understand how chili is made then. Chili, you just take all the shit that's in your fridge and you throw it all in a bowl in a pot together and you cook it for a couple hours until it all turns into one thing. And then the other thing, too, that everyone knows about chili is that it's better after the first day. So you're saying you put old burgers in the chili? Oh, so it's already ready to eat? Great.
We see eye to eye on that. President Trump and I, Israel and America. But I think if people are honest, if leaders are honest, they would understand that we're not only fighting our fight, we're fighting their fight. I speak to dozens of world leaders. Dozens. They all know that. And privately, they all say that.
Shut up.
They say that privately, but I say it publicly.
Y'all, who is Afroman MAGA? What do you mean? There's a alternative Afroman named Afroman MAGA?
The world owes a debt of deep indebtedness to President Trump for leading this effort.
I hope Iran gives Trump a deep indebtedness too, you know? Like, puts him at the bottom of a fucking crater. Yeah. I want them to put him deep in groundedness. Deep in the ground. Make him his own personal bunker, dig the hole with the missile, and then cover it up with the dirt that is raining down on him afterwards.
To safeguard our future.
Thank
Questions?
you.
We'll now take a few questions. The first question
You've been listening to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu make a national address updating Israel on the war against Iran. Multiple times we heard the Prime Minister reference President.
Shut up. Okay, boys, so this is the what was it? $1 trillion program, the F-35 that they've been making for like 30 years. This is a video of Iran blasting it out of the sky. Breaking, IRGC claims F-35 hit over central Iran. Footage unverified. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps said its air defenses struck a U.S. F-35 fighter jet at around 2:50 a.m. over central Iran, claiming the aircraft was seriously damaged and likely crashed, though its fate remains unclear. The IRGC said the incident follows the interception of more than 125 American Zionist drones, pointing to what it describes as improved air defense capabilities. The claim in footage remains unverified. Update. A U.S. F-35 fighter jet damaged by suspected Iranian fire makes an emergency landing at a U.S. Air Force in the Middle East, sources say. Fuck yeah, dude. Oh, the pilot survived, unfortunately.
Image arriving right now.
The pilot survived to be able to lay chemtrails down another day.
And reports indicating that a U.S. F-35 fighter jet has made an emergency landing at the U.S. Air Base in the Middle East after it was struck by what is believed to be an Iranian fire. And
like, dude, this is all so crazy that, like, I mean, this is just a fucking title card, bro. Look at this. Look at these logos, man. Look at these graphics. Fury in the Gulf. This is a title card, head-to-head, you know, graphic where the two fighters are like this. And they're touching foreheads. That's what this is. I don't know. It's so weird, man.
This is the image that we're bringing to you of that fighter jet. We're flashing it on your screen as well. It's an American F-35 which was struck reportedly by the Iranians. And it had to, in fact, be forced into taking an emergency landing, is what we are being told, in the Middle East. It also goes on to indicate...
Yeah, news is just literal war porn. Always. Dude, I saw a video too. Someone earlier today posted a video and was like, I'm just scrolling through the TV guide and I just realized literally every show is a cop, crime show, war show, some sort of police, some sort of spy, or literally every type of murder, unsolved mysteries, 48 hours, every single thing that we're allowed to watch is deeply makes us paranoid and scared of everything. Someone was like, oh, you're just now seeing the death cult? I know the background music to play. It's like, it's literally like the NFL music.
That the Iranians are continuing to target the United States, and of course this after several energy refineries, and in fact the oil refineries and the energy infrastructure was targeted by the Israelis and the Iranians. And let's quickly take this forward with Siddhant Mishra, who's bringing us those breaking inputs. Siddhant, what else can you tell us?
That's right. So US F-35 fighter jet made an emergency landing at the US Air Base in the Middle East after it was struck by what is believed to be Iranian fire, according to two sources familiar with the matter. In fact, a spokesman for...
Whatever, dudes. Just keep blowing up all the gas. I don't care. Oh, dude, North Korean elections. Kim wins by 99.93%. 0.07% voted against him? That ain't right. Oh, no. President Trump participates in a dinner with the Prime Minister of Japan. Is this right now? Is this actually live? Oh, it is. Oh, no. What a nightmare. Here it is, boys. Oh, brother.
Thank you very much, everybody. Please, we have a very special person with us tonight, an amazing person.
Japan is totally just like a cuck state to America, right? They're not a real country, right?
Tonight, I'm delighted to welcome a...
Like, they just kind of do what we want, right?
Great friend and partner for her very first visit to the White House. We've become very close, so close that I endorsed her for her election.
I'm pretty sure that this is her exact job, is to say nothing and just kind of be there and make eyebrows. She's not here to talk or do any diplomacy or tell Trump to fuck off or be a leader. She's just seems like a prop.
And she did what? She got the highest number ever gotten by somebody running for the highest position in Japan, beating out a lot of our friends, and it's a tremendous tribute. And that's our really amazing friend, the Japanese Prime Minister, who's going to speak in just a few minutes, but we're very honored to have you with us tonight. Thank you.
Dude, the fucking Eagles just say, yeah. This giant fucking eagle is so funny. Dude, we live in hell, man. Oh. We're, instead of the, like, red and black of the Nazi party, it's just gold. It's the same symbolism, same message, same everything. We've just swapped the color scheme to gold. Gold and white instead of red and black. Yo, speak American.
And I want to congratulate the Prime Minister on that unbelievable, all over the world they were talking about it, that victory in last month's election, winning by numbers that...
Like, dude, the fucking eagle looks bad. It doesn't even look like a good skull. It's not even cool. It looks like goofy. Right? Look at how big the feet are, too. Who the fuck made this? Why are the feet so fucking big? So chunky, bro. Looks like ass. And yeah, it's 100% made out of plastic.
As I said, nobody's ever seen in Japan before.
You
wonder who in this room has eaten kids? It's everyone except for me. Here, wait, let me just get out of here. It's them. Them. Not me. Them. No, at this point, it's I probably can't even say that. I probably can't even say I haven't eaten children. Who knows what they've been feeding us? Yeah, it looks like a fucking crow. Wouldn't that be so funny if it was?
And this was not only an amazing political achievement, it was a resounding declaration of strength and confidence, national spirit and resolve straight from the Japanese people who love you.
Bro, she is not understanding anything. She's just you know when you when you don't hear someone and you don't want to be like, "Wait, what?" And you just laugh and you just go, "Yeah." And sometimes that really backfires because they'll be like, "My mom died," and you're like, "Yeah." That's what she's doing. She has no idea what's going on right now. I feel like this could have been done privately. Look at this woman. She's like, what the fuck is going on? Hold on. She's like, why aren't they speaking American? Look at fucking Samantha here.
And
the Prime Minister
And
the Prime Minister's visit comes as we're just days away from the most beautiful season here in Washington, which, by the way, is a crime-free city, just about. And we're very proud of that.
Just about.
We have done a great job, and it's a very safe place that people are coming to in record numbers. And the blooming of the Japanese cherry blossom trees is...
Yeah, Mr. Bunny, can you translate for us?
Something very...
Oh, I thought you were making a joke about this lady. She's speaking too fast for me because she's not talking. You meant the translator.
Very special. For more than a century, this magnificent explosion of pink and white has graced America's capital. I mean, it's been something that really represents Washington so well as a living symbol of the cherished friendships between two of our worlds.
I had dreams of being in a Freemason compound and they knew my kids by name, doing stuff to them. Last night's stream got in my head. Dude, that ain't never happening. Wait, what did we talk about last night? What the fuck happened yesterday? Oh, we only move forward, boys. I have no idea what happened yesterday or any day before that.
Most extraordinary nations.
また総理は、ちょうど最も美しい時期にここ DC を訪問されています、これは日本の桜の木が満開間近になる時期であります。そしてここで加えさせていただきたいのが、今ここでの DC での犯罪率ゼロということで、非常に安全な場所になっていて、観光客もかなり記録的な数になっています。そして100年以上なんですけども、この桜の木というその爆発的な彩りですね、これを私たちは鑑賞することができました。これは日米の友情の生きている証、象徴であると思います。
And this year we're honored to receive an additional 250.
Wait, oh yeah, mine unveiled. That's right.
Cherry trees, and they're very big, beautiful trees. From the great people of Japan in recognition of America's 250th anniversary, and they will remind every future generation of our timeless bond, and they'll be planted near and around the Washington Monument, and it's going to be something very special. They've already started the planting, but it's 250 beautiful specimen trees, and we'll get you over here. We'll check them out after they're planted. We'll get you back.
でまた今年はアメリカ建国250周年記念ということで、日本からさらに250本の桜の木を寄付していただいています。これは未来の世代にも永遠の私たちの絆を思い起こさせるものになることでしょう。これからワシントンモニュメントまた
Damn, Black Death, you got an 84 stream watch streak? My man.
この近隣で植樹をする予定ですけども、それが実際に植樹された後に確認をしてまいります。
Americans and Japanese come from opposite sides of the globe, but since the earliest days of commerce between our two countries, we've always recognized that despite obvious differences, we share a great deal in common.
また、日米なんですけども、地球上、全く反対の場所に私たちは止められない勢力になるということを私は確信しております。ですので、互いに力、尊厳、そして、その意志というものを持って共に立ち並び、
Dude, honestly, Pearl Harbor us again, please.
米の繁栄増進に向けて取り組んでいきたいと思います。では次に高市総理の方からもお言葉を頂戴したいと思います。
トランプ大統領、ご列席の、皆様、はじめにこのビューティフルディナーを開催していただいたことに心から感謝をいたします。
The Honorable President Donald J. Trump, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to express my deepest gratitude for hosting such a beautiful dinner for me and my delegation.
ドナルドの日本への温かい思いや友情に
Surrounded by a bunch of fucking war demons. Embarrassing. This is embarrassing for Japan, bro.
改めてありがとうございます。
Donald, thank you very much for your warm feelings toward Japan and your friendship.
私からは今宵2つのアニバーサリーにお祝いの言葉をお伝えしたいと思います。
So tonight, I would like to start off by extending my sincere congratulations on two important anniversaries.
一つ目は、明日に控えるドナルドのご子息のバロンさんのお誕生日です。立派でイケメンに成長されていると伺っております。
The first one is a birthday celebration. Donald, tomorrow is the birthday of your son, Mr. Baron Trump. And I know he has grown up so much.
Dude, okay, tomorrow they're really gonna do something crazy. And it's Friday, which is when they do their crazy. Didn't they invade Iran on a Friday? Was it? It was like Friday at like 2 a.m., right? Oh no, tomorrow's gonna be a bad day, dude. Oh no. What if they give Barron the Hannibal Doctrine for his birthday present? Or wait, the Samson option. Yeah, what if they just nuke everything? For Trump, for Barron.
Into a very tall, good-looking gentleman.
All right, she throwing tall jokes at him. Let's go. She knows how to she's stroking Trump and Barron right now, dude. This is gross.
Trump. And I know he has grown up so much into a very tall, good-looking gentleman.
間違いなくご両親に似たんだと思います。
Alex Carp spotting. Hold on, boys. There he is. Ugh. Look, he's right there. Palantir is in the same room. This lady's like, thanks for throwing me a wonderful dinner. Alex Carp is there. Alex Crap is there, dude. He's so close. Why is he so close? Why is Alex Crap the closest person to both of them? Where's Peter?
Here, Donald, it is very clear where he got it. Of course, from his parents. There's no doubt about it.
ぜひ私からのハッピーバースデーを、お伝えいただけたら嬉しいです。
So, Donald, if I may ask you, please convey my sincere happy birthday wishes to him.
Thank you. そして2つ目。は、もうさっきドナルドが喋っちゃったんですが、アメリカ建国、250周年を、今年、自由と民主主義。
Bro, if Iran fucking hit the White House right now, dude, they would do so much good. They just did it right now, bro.
の理念を世界に示してきたアメリカがその歴史的節目を迎えるということに日本政府および日本国
I don't think he is sitting, is he? It looks like he's standing.
国民を代表して心からお喜び申し上げます。
The second one is the 250th anniversary of the United States, as you rightly mentioned.
The last birthday. Oh, everybody's last birthday. It's about to be Barron's last birthday. It's about to be America's last birthday. Let's go, boys.
The United States has long been an icon of freedom and democracy in the world. And this year, the United States is marking a historic milestone.
I'm pretty sure he is standing. I think his hands are in front of it, like this, in front of his waist here. I don't think he's sitting. Like, why is he going to talk?
On behalf of the government and the people of Japan, I would like to extend my deepest congratulations to you and the American people.
そして、8月には250周年を祝う、インディカーレースが、このドナルドの、発案で、ここワシントン DC で開催されると伺っています。
And I understand that in August this year, at Donald's suggestion, IndyCar race, Freedom 250 Grand Prix, will be held here in Washington, D.C.
美しいナショナルモールを絞れと、日本のホンダのエンジンが爆走します。
Bro, I mean, Japan is just showing how much of a bunch of fucking cucks they are for the fact that they're doing this right now. Like, this is insane, bro. Imagine this. Imagine we fucking destroy them in World War II by dropping a motherfucking 2 nukes on them, right? And look at these fucking dogs, these tail between their leg dogs here while America's doing the same thing to Iran, and they're like, let's have a fun dinner and let's talk about how cute and hot your tall freak son is, who's actually not your DNA, I bet. No, that's not true. He's definitely Trump DNA, but him and Melania did not have sex for that to happen. They made a super soul. They used dude, you know that Melania got pregnant with Trump with Barron at Zorro Ranch. And then they edited his genes to make him 9 foot tall and make him cute and hot. Unlike Trump, who's always looked like a freak, dude. Dude, he's always been ugly as fuck. In the 80s, he was an ugly young person. He's always been nasty, bro. Barron looks translucent. But that's what the fucking Epstein cucks would absolutely want. They're like, no, this is what an actual man looks like. Translucent skin. No balls.
This race will bring roaring Chevrolet and Honda engines to the National Mall.
そして、インディカーの冠スポンサーは日本企業の NTT でありまして、まさに日米友好のシンボルです。
In addition, Japan's NTT Group has been a title sponsor of the IndyCar series. As you see, IndyCar race is a perfect example.
America pulled out all the Marines from Japan. Now Japan's scared shitless. No more American umbrella. Did Japan just used to be a part of China? Is Japan just another Israel? It kind of is, right?
Of the friendship between Japan and the United States.
偉大なレースの大成功をお祈りします。
So I do hope that you have a huge success at this racing event.
さて、ワシントン
No, maybe he is sitting. What's he resting his arm on? I can't tell.
DC では日本の桜が長年春の訪れを知らせるとともに日米友好の歴史を
Oh no, he is sitting. You're right. That's the back of a chair, I think.
体現してきました。
Speaking of our friendship, here in Washington, D.C., Japanese sakura...
Is this guy 3 foot tall then? What is going on? This perspective is blowing my mind.
Our cherry trees have long been letting us know the arrival of spring, and also it has been a symbol of the history of Japan-U.S. friendship.
これもドナルドがさっき喋っちゃったんですが、今年日本からワシントン DC に250本の桜をプレゼントして250年を祝います。
And this is also something that Donald already mentioned, but I would like to reiterate. This year, Japan extends a gift of additional 250 cherry trees to Washington, D.C. to celebrate America.
Bro, what do you mean? Melania got rid of all the plants. What are they going to do with that? She's going to burn them.
America 250.
Yeah, this is live right
本当は
now.
桜の花束を抱えて、ドナルド、Nice to see you again ってやりたかったんですけれども、米国は検疫が厳しくていきなり花を持ち込めないってことに気がつきました。
Actually, my original plan was to bring so many cherry flowers and directly hand it to you, Donald. But unfortunately, because of the very strict quarantine measures, that I couldn't make this happen.
強い日本、強いアメリカ、豊かな日本、豊かなアメリカ。
Why would you gift a warmongering pedophile a bunch of cherry blossoms? Like, did none of y'all read the Epstein files? This dude has a tent stake shoved up his ass. He's got dookie all over his hands because he can't close his butthole. There's dookie surround. This man's aura is nothing but poop particles around him.
私たちはこれらを実現するための最強のバディだと確信しています。
A stronger Japan and a stronger America. A more prosperous Japan.
Bro, if she brought matcha Kit Kats, though, it's on. Those are fucking good.
And a more prosperous America. I am very confident that Donald and I are the best buddies to realize this shared goal.
で、ドナルドと親交が深かった、安倍晋三、元総理がかつてこのワシントン
Trump is so bored, dude.
DC の地で高らかに歌われた言葉を誇りと自信を持って
He's like, I wish I was hanging out with Sasha right now.
この場で皆さんに再びお伝えいたします。
Late Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, who was Donald's dear friend and also my dear friend too, eloquently said one phrase here in Washington, D.C. upon his visit. And as I stand here today, I would like to repeat what he said with greater pride and confidence.
Japan is back.
Okay, confirmed. Alex Krapp is sitting. Also confirmed, this man is 3 feet tall.
日本は再び世界のイノベーションをリードします。そして新しい日本は世界の平和により一層大きな役割を果たしていきます。
Japan once again will lead the innovation in the world, and the new Japan stands ready to play an even greater role for world's peace.
日本はこの道のりをドナルドとそしてアメリカ国民の皆様と共に歩んでまいります。
She said, Japan is back. We're back to 1939 levels, baby. We're looking for the new Nazi party to fucking join.
Japan will continue to walk on such path together with Donald and together with the American people.
I love that Alex Krapp's just sitting here fucking stimming out. He's been like this for like a full minute.
Greater role for world's peace.
日本はこの道のりをドナルドとそしてアメリカ国民の皆様と共に歩んでまいります。
Japan will continue to walk on such path together with Donald and together with the American
Yeah, he's got the amphetamine lip stems going on.
people.
希望と強さを兼ね備えた日米同盟の新たな歴史の1ページを一緒に作っていこうではありませんか。Thank you.
Let us together create a new
Bro, he's holding it for a long time.
chapter in the history of Japan-U.S. alliance. A chapter filled with hope and strength. Thank you very much.
Still going. Nice. We love that for Alex. Cool guy. Normal guy. Well, the new Nazi part, yeah, it's Israel, but America. Wait, is that Is that Sasha Riley interview up on MS Now? Okay, we'll watch that in a minute. Who else is at this rat fuck table? How come Peter's never around? It's always Alex. What's Peter off doing? This fucking sucks, dude. Awful dinner. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't think any of these countries really run anything. Like, Israel and America are answering to someone else. They're answering to the secret societies or whatever, you know? I feel like each of these countries are just pawns at this point. They're not real. They're just like pieces on the chessboard.
So we definitely have some strange things to get into in today's video, but first, what happened over in the state I was born and raised in, New Jersey? Apparently, on the same day as the 7-ton quote-unquote meteor that crossed the skies of Ohio, there were multiple reports of mysterious shaking and booms in New Jersey, across multiple counties actually, and I know some people may be saying it's the sonic boom from this supposed 7-ton meteor because that's what news said. This meteor in Ohio could even be felt all the way in New York. But the problem happens to be, in reading this article from NJ.com, the shaking in New Jersey occurred several hours after the large asteroid zipped across the sky over several states and crashed in Ohio. The article continues to say that people...
Hopefully Trump commits seppuku on live TV. Oh, man. Dude, he could never, ever. Dude, seppuku is one of the most fucking metal things you could ever do.
In Ohio, Pennsylvania, and New York, they heard this loud boom from the asteroid around 9 a.m., and this was about 4 hours before people in New Jersey felt this shaking. So whatever these people experienced in New Jersey, and taking a look at this article, it was experienced in 14 different cities, had nothing to do with this supposed asteroid. One person said it shook their desks, their computer monitors, and even their coffee had waves. Another person said their whole house shook. They heard one big boom and 2 quick smaller booms, and another person thought a tree fell on their property. So to rule out the obvious, an earthquake, the USGS got involved, and they said there was absolutely no earthquakes that happened in New Jersey that day. So the next idea, maybe it was military training, because the noise calendar on the Joint Base McGuire-Dix-Lakehurst website listed Tuesday as a high noise day for weapons and munitions training. However, this individual said that he and his wife were home all day and didn't hear any sounds coming from that direction, and they go on to say that even in the past, when weapons at the military base have been tested, it's rare that it's a house shaker, let alone shaking homes and causing very loud booms across 14 different cities. And also, the military has not come out yet and confirmed it was them, so as of right now, what was experienced in, again, 14 different cities across New Jersey still remains a mystery. New Jersey has been having some odd stuff going on lately. Remember, it was the very first state where all these mysterious drones kept popping up. And also, back in September, I had spoken about how there was this massive mysterious crack in the road that stretched for miles, and it forced evacuations, forced detours. It looked like something had burst out of hell, but the official report is that this was caused by warehouse construction. I mean, I guess. I mean, who really knows? It's not like we're going to be told the truth about anything. But moving on to some weirdo stuff, if you have not heard, Val Kilmer has passed away. Something I'm sure you're aware of. He passed away on April 1st, 2025. Yet, for whatever reason, he's still going to go ahead and play in movies. No, this is not something that he was working on prior to him passing away. What they're going to go ahead and do is, of course, use AI. According to multiple articles, Val Kilmer, he signed on to do a movie called As Deep as the Grave, and yet he did not film a single scene prior to his death. Instead of getting another actor, the director said, I don't care if this man passed away. He signed the contract. He's going to be in this film. So what they're going to go ahead and do is use an AI recreated Val Kilmer, which is indeed very strange. If it's true that he did not film any scenes yet, you have to start from the beginning anyway. Why not just get a human actor, right? Like, I can see if he filmed about 90 to 95% of this movie, it's still weird, but it's more understandable. But given the fact he did not film anything, why not just go with somebody else? They're going to say that this is what he wanted, but they could just be talking out of their behinds to make it sound less controversial. And also, they are partnering with his daughter to bring his character to life in a way that they imagined it. And this is what also really gets me about this whole, as they put it, AI resurrecting the dead. But nobody truly knows how a person would feel after they passed away, right? Like, for example, I did this news story about how this man, he lost his life in a road rage incident. So the family, they turned him into AI and they brought him into the courtroom. He was allowed to be used in court. His family said, we knew what our brother would want. He would want to go ahead and forgive the person that ended his life. And I'm an easily forgivable person, and maybe he was, but last thing I would want is my family to turn me into an AI avatar and telling the person that ended my life and took me away from my family that I forgave them, because these are not my words. These are not my feelings or emotions, no matter how well you knew the type of person I was. And outside of that, it's just downright creepy. They also did it with the teen who lost his life in the Parkland shooting, putting words in his mouth. Oh, and talking about this teen, if you're not aware, because I just found this out today, but a month ago it was on the news that this teen will have an entire podcast or the...
Dude, honestly, this is really sad. That, like... the dad, like... Because this is like the... But this dad must be a fucking fed. I don't know. This is sad. Making a podcast with your dead son's AI?
The AI that has taken over Oliver.
And tonight, one Parkland family is using technology to help keep their son's voice alive. A new podcast will be hosted by shooting victim Joaquin Oliver posthumously with the help of AI. Let's get right to CBS News' Miss Nikaya Carrero. She is your reporter live in Parkland tonight, and some listeners might find this eerie, but they will actually get to hear Joaquin's voice, right, Nikaya?
That's right, Jim. Through AI tech.
The Sasha Riley interview has been delayed to March 23rd due to scheduling conflicts. What, for airing? He said he already did it, right? Bro, they better release this shit.
Technology. Joaquin Oliver's parents are starting this podcast, and it will be called Guac's Going On. Guac was Oliver's nickname, and we actually have a look at the trailer for what people can expect with this podcast.
Nobody's saying what needs to be said, so I will. We're flipping the script on culture, power, and everything people are scared to touch.
I can already hear it's AI. Fucking no.
I'm Joaquin Oliver. Stay tuned for Guac's Going On, the podcast with extra guac and a little touch of magic.
Oh, God. Guac's Going On?
Spoke with Oliver's father, Manuel Oliver, about this latest project of his. He says the new podcast, Guac's Going On, will feature an AI-generated version of his son using his voice. Now, each episode will be focused on their son's ideas and things he'd like throughout his 17 years of life, while at the same time, the angle is to raise awareness.
Just let the dead stay dead. Stop having AI, quote unquote, resurrect people in a sick and twisted way. When people had this brand new sword too, which also mocked the voices to the T of people, what was the first thing they did? They made videos of people who had supposedly passed away. But going back to Val Kilmer, like people are saying, he hasn't even been deceased for a year yet, but again, they're saying this is what he wanted. Variety magazine said we are supposed to take their word for it and said they will also use photos and footage from Kilmer's younger life as well as his later years to depict the character over a period of time, and they will also use his voice prior to it being damaged. This is one of the photos of AI Kilmer. I mean, this is absolutely creepy, but the thing is
and they got him in a fucking, what is this called? The priest thing?
They have been doing this for a long time, decades, recreating celebrities after they passed away. For example, they've even did so in The Sopranos when Livia Soprano, Tony's mother, passed away. In one final episode she was in, she was
oh, that's right, this was so bad,
completely CGI, and back then it looked pretty good.
Supposed to fill these out. 20 years, nothing.
Now look here, I don't like that kind of talk. Now just stop it. It upsets me.
Kamala's my return these books.
But just let the dead stay dead, and in the case of Val Kilmer, it really goes to show that Hollywood still owns you even after you passed away. But it also begs the question that if they're doing this in Hollywood, it's greatly theorized that the so-called powers that be are also doing this as well. When we see them on camera, who knows if the real person either passed away, hiding in their bunker, or doing something else altogether, and the person we see on camera is just their AI. But moving on to this whole alien stuff, because we do know that's going to be a card that's going to be played a month.
Wait, did that thing fucking turn? Wait.
And the person we see on camera is just their AI. But moving on to this whole alien stuff, because we do know that's going to be a card that's going to be
wait, what the fuck?
Be played a month after
that thing literally just did a fucking J-turn.
Obama said he believed aliens were real, and not too long after, Trump said he's going to go ahead and declassify aliens and UFOs because there's a big interest in the topic, even though nobody really asked for it. The public, they were still pretty much like, no, we'd rather still talk about the Jeffrey files. And they were like, no, we're going to go ahead and talk about aliens. But it seems like they are going full steam ahead with this disclosure, because it has come out that the US government has registered two websites, one alien.gov and the other being aliens.gov. You can see the domain information right here, and it goes on to say, online records show the White House registered the domain name on March 17th. It is theorized that there's going to be a massive dump of photos, videos, and documents relating to aliens and UFOs on these websites. I just find the timing of all this to be very interesting. Again, as I said before, the closer we get to this 2030 one world government agenda, we're hearing more and more about aliens, and the only way to unite all the governments around the world is to have one common enemy, one common big threat. And of course, this is going to happen after whatever they do with these conflicts, but the timelines are indeed very interesting. I don't think it's a coincidence. But also is the fact that this disclosure is coming around the same time as Steven Spielberg's movie Disclosure Day. It is said that Steven Spielberg was given scripts from the CIA and other organizations to make his movies in regards to aliens, including E.T. But that's really no different than most of Hollywood. Most of Hollywood gets their scripts from these three-letter organizations, and then they show it to the public. That's why we get a lot of this predictive programming and truth in plain sight. But if you watch the most recent trailer of this movie, it's very evident, and I said this even prior to this most recent trailer, they are going to go ahead and show us that a lot of people that we think are humans are not actually human.
Are they people?
No.
But it would seem like a lot of these things that are masquerading as humans in this movie are not even aware they're not human. Like something happens, something kickstarts to where they begin to become something else altogether.
Today's.
Understand what she's saying?
I hear it. It's gibberish. I can't understand it.
And I can.
And on top of this, Steven Spielberg did an interview where he said this.
And so my feeling right now is this. I don't have any information exclusive to me that all of you here, if you read about this and have seen the plethora of documentaries about this dating back to 2018, where these documentaries really started to roll out.
Normally they would say we're not alone in the universe, but he said we're not alone on Earth.
I have
it may just seem like he's hyping up this movie, which people are going to see anyway.
It's we are not alone here on Earth right now.
Government's disclosure, we're even getting news articles like this. Will Steven Spielberg reveal the truth before the government does? The new Disclosure Day trailer has fans excited. They have been dropping hints about this for quite some time as well, with demon face syndrome, and also these news reports coming from Harvard that evolved intelligent dinosaurs are walking among us. Aliens are walking among us and we don't know it.
This whole dinosaurs could be underground.
Agenda is going to be it's not going to all be about destruction and chaos, which they will do, but it's going to be one of the biggest psyops we have never seen before. I have the strongest feeling that they're going to go ahead and declassify information saying that a lot of the people walking among us that we see in grocery stores, out in the streets, even our neighbors, are not even human. What that does is take away any trust that you may have left of people. But one theory is that instead of there being shapeshifters among us, I'm sure there are in the higher up positions in the so-called elites, but when it comes to everyday people, instead of them being just shapeshifters, what if something was placed in the jab that these people had taken, and once it's activated, something's activated inside, these people begin to mutate, and the government will say, oh, see, look, there's aliens among us. I mean, just watch the latest trailer of that movie. I'll go ahead and link it below. It's just obvious this is the path they are going with. But yeah, the government keeps talking about aliens and UFOs for a reason, even though the public, for the most part anyway, are not really interested in the subject. I'm sure there are some people out there that are and want to see what they have to disclose. But for the most part, I think people want the government to resolve other things, fix other issues. But they keep shoving this in our faces, and it's very evident that something big is coming. 15 years ago, I would have been all over this. I would have been very excited. I couldn't wait to see what would be released on this website or these websites. But today, everything that I have learned about the gov, the psyops, the mind games, the manipulation, how they do things in certain timings, how back in the past in Iraq, they were going to go ahead and fake sightings of Allah. And it wasn't the fact that they did not have the technology to do so, because they were going to do it. The only thing that stopped them, they did not know what Allah looked like. Decades upon decades of these things being swamp gas, weather balloons, crazy kooky conspiracy theories. And now all of a sudden, in this short period of time, again, as we get closer to that 2030 agenda, now they care about what we think in regards to the topic of aliens. I would not trust the government making me a ham sandwich. If they came up to you and said, here's a ham sandwich, eat it, would you eat it? So I would not trust them, especially on a subject about UFOs and aliens. There was people out there that did not trust them when it came to
you definitely can't trust the government on making you a long pig sandwich, that's for sure.
Myself included, and yet we're supposed to believe them and trust them over this stuff. Give me a break. Stop it. Just stop it. And again, I do believe there's real entities, cryptids, demons, fallen ones, angels. I just don't believe the gov, and I'm sure the amount of files they're going to go ahead and release on these websites will probably be 33,000. Remember, they released 33,000 Jeffrey files to go along with Hillary Clinton's 33,000 emails, so I'm sure again there's going to be 33,000 alien files. But moving on, I do want to go ahead and see what other people are talking about.
I'm going to show you two pictures, and then I'm going to tell you a story that will make your blood f***ing boil. Are these pictures of the same person?
My blood can't boil, bro.
A facial recognition program used by cops in Fargo, North Dakota thought so. This woman used a fake military ID to steal tens of thousands of dollars from a Fargo bank. This woman is Angela Lips, a 50-year-old grandma from Tennessee. One day while Angela was babysitting 4 kids, U.S. Marshals showed up at her house and arrested her at gunpoint. Angela had never been on a airplane until Fargo cops dragged her to North Dakota in handcuffs.
Jen ate some chocolate mushy. She's being so hilarious right now. I'm dying laughing. Safe journey, Jen.
But of course, before they dragged her to North Dakota, they left her sitting in a Tennessee jail cell for 108 days. She couldn't post bail because Fargo police declared her a fugitive.
Don't show Jen the Doinkles video of him in the praying mantis outfit being RFK Jr. as your trip setter. He's like, did you call the cops? The cops are here. Yeah, they're right outside the door. They came here because they knew how much drugs you did. They found out. Did you tell them? Did you tell them how much mushrooms you took? Why would you call them and tell them? What the fuck?
When they finally dragged her to North Dakota, it was October 30th, and they left her in another cell. When Angela finally had a chance to contest the charges, her lawyer produced bank records showing that she was in Tennessee ordering Uber Eats for her.
I ate 6 grams at work once and it was way, way too much. Yeah, dude, that's way, way too much. For work? That's awesome. I love it.
Kids, while this lady
Sherlock was like, fuck a heroic dose. How about a heroic dose plus a little?
Was passing fake IDs in Fargo. These North Dakota cops finally released her on Christmas Eve. She told the local Fargo News, I had my summer clothes on, no coat. It was so cold outside, snow on the ground, scared. I wanted out, but I didn't know what I was going to do, how I was going to get home. Fargo defense attorneys covered her hotel for Christmas Eve and Christmas. A local nonprofit bought her a ticket home. But while she was in prison, she lost her home, her job, and her f***ing dog. All because an AI bot thought that this and this were the same person, and not a single one of the stupid, lazy cops in Fargo ever bothered to question it. These mothers never even apologized. If you've got a few bucks to spare, Angela's GoFundMe is at the link in my bio. Let's show some solidarity. Because we live in a world where billionaire dorks sell lazy cops AI programs that ruin our neighbors' lives, and then the rest of us have to pick up the pieces. This is far from the first time that facial recognition has royally and ruined someone's life in the process. But these techno-fascist goons are surrounding us all with bullshit AI surveillance in the name of safety. This doesn't make me feel very safe. How about you? When I say AI is not intelligent, well, I think Angela Lips would agree. Say it with me, folks. AI is not intelligent.
Wait, Gabriel. I need a little explainer here. One time I came into a closer shift at Domino's while on the tail end of an acid trip. 'Twas fun. You did an acid trip and then you realize suddenly you were at work? What, did you like pick up a shift mid acid trip? One time I came into a closer shift at Domino. Oh, you came, like you went into the shift. Gotcha. Never mind. I thought you meant like came into, like it fell into your hands. That's awesome. Hey, you got there. That's all that matters.
They're not your friends, and the techno-fascist billionaires surrounding all of us with facial recognition programs that can't tell these two people apart, they're bad for all of us.
That great video came from Evan Yells at Clouds, and you can feel the frustration in his video. I have that same frustration. And in this whole 1984 AI dystopian society we live in, this nanny state, it's only going to get worse. We're going to come to a time, because they're already showing us this in movies, that they're going to go ahead and let AI make the entire decision, even if they get the person wrong. If AI decides that is the person without a doubt, they're still going to roll with it no matter what. They're probably already doing that now. We don't know. This is the day and age we live in, but like Larry Ellison said, they're going to make sure we are all on our best behavior, and I guess by any means necessary.
You can clearly see that sixth finger, it's just the bottom
So
of his
about a
hand.
year ago-
On Sunday, Netanyahu posted this video at a coffee shop in Jerusalem debunking the claims himself. And we know he was there on Sunday because the coffee shop posted multiple angles.
But so also, like, okay, if these videos aren't AI, where's the fucking... Didn't he get bopped on the lip? And it looks like a couple days old, so... It looks like someone socked him in the mouth or something. Or he got hit by a bazooka and caught some shrapnel in his lip. But so why isn't it in the AI video? So no matter what, those videos are AI.
Behind the scenes photos of his
It's just so tiresome. It's just psychological operation after psychological operation. Now, of course, each operation will have different purposes depending on what's going on. But for the most part, the main...
Like, dude, and even if he is alive, them making AI videos of him is part of the psyop. Like, their whole mission, right, is to fracture us all. Fracture everything. The storylines. You know, like, Don't have a it be is he AI or is it not AI? Have it be is he dead or is he not dead? Is the video is he dead and the video's AI, or is he alive and the video's AI, you know? It's like the nicheification of all fucking like realities, you know? It's making or it's like making it so that there's a million camps that you have to be in instead of 2 or 1. I don't know.
Objective of these
And
operations
9/11 too close to the sun. I don't know what I'm
is
saying.
to influence the emotions, motives, objective reasoning, and behavior of individuals. And that's exactly what's going on right now with social media. So now you and I alike.
But yeah, I think it's just like it's easy for them to slip through the cracks if we don't know up from down and left from right, you know? So it's not little lies. It's not like one big lie or a bunch of big lies. It's a quadrillion little lies that all add up into your reality making no fucking sense. So you just kind of go with the flow because you can't make sense of it anyway. You know? That's why I think it's like at a certain point, how much more evidence do you need to just be like, oh, it's the whole thing, it all sucks? That's like what we all need to get to eventually. Our mission is for all of us to go, oh, this life that they made for us fucking sucks. Let's do something else together. Right? But they want to make it so that we never come to that conclusion. So their way of doing that, I guess, is to just tell us a bunch of crazy stories and fucking throw it at us with no context and no truth and then hope we never figure anything out.
Like, just need to be on guard of these.
Dude, they suck so bad. Life would be so cool if they weren't doing what they're doing. What these fucking, the Epstein class lizards. Life would be so sick, bro.
Operations, because this psychological warfare is spiritual.
I wish we could can we just get like one day where we can tap into like the real golden age and just see for a minute? I just want a glimpse. Like, dude, I bet the joy and the fun and shit that people were having, I bet it would look alien to us. Yeah, no war but class war. I bet we can't even fathom the kind of cool shit that they were up to because they weren't living in the fight or flight survival mode all the time, you know? Because once you get out of that, man, you can start thinking big and dreaming big. Like, fear tactics and, like, endless work doesn't innovate ever. It doesn't make anything... It doesn't make anyone do creative shit. I don't think. Or at least not the best shit, right? Like, the best shit is gonna come when we're all, like, thriving, dude. Yeah, it's gonna look completely alien, I think, to the current world, that the current reality that we exist in. 'Cause, man, objectively, the way they have it all set up fucking sucks, dude. I know that much. It's crazy what they got us doing. Everywhere.
In nature. And for the most part, everything on social media is either used to distract you, confuse you, or to cause an emotional response. And these emotional responses are used to then control you. And in my opinion, that's exactly what's going on right now. Because the amount of misinformation and propaganda on all sides is absolutely insane.
Oh yeah, we are going to persevere through shitty circumstances, for sure. I'm just saying, it's going to taste so sweet once we do, bro. Like, I don't think we can even fathom the kind of highs that we're going to be able to have We don't even know, dude.
I just cannot help but think that this is exactly what they want. This is part of the operation, that they want you analyzing every little detail of the footage of him to think it's AI, because whether it's AI or not, they have your distraction, they have your focus, and most importantly, they get an emotional response from you. And then with that, they then can control you. Because let's be honest, no matter what, whether he is gone or not, and these are AI films or not, it doesn't even matter, because it's not like you're going to be able to convince the world that it is. I mean, for goodness sake, look what took place in 2001 in September. And 25 years later, the mainstream narrative stays the same about that. No matter the facts, no matter the information, and the truthers out there trying to prove what really happened in 2001 in September, it doesn't even matter. And that's the same situation going on right now with other operations like Charlie Kirk and that whole situation where there were rabbit holes there that people were going down. And again, there was definitely something fishy, but you'll never find the full truth. But they want you distracted in these rabbit holes.
That video from Shepherd for the Messiah is very true. And I sometimes get caught up in this myself, where I see a story that is interesting, it's very suspicious, and I talk about it. And then I realize that we're just being fed rabbit holes that lead to nowhere. Kind of like, yes, this whole Netanyahu.
Yeah, fracturing everything, right? It's to just keep us, it's to overwhelm us, bro.
Stuff, but I realized this when I was talking about the whole Trump rally July 13th with Thomas Matthew Crooks. I kept talking about it, and then I said to myself one day, they're just giving us rabbit holes to go down into that lead to absolutely nowhere. And it did not. Nothing was resolved, even though nothing added up. I mean, where is Maxwell Year?
Yeah, no structural lifestyle, no ideology, no religion, no corrupt political system. The thing that frightens me, though, is what comes after. Like, fascism isn't resolved by a different form of fascism and framing. No one should have to buy into anything they don't want to. No structural lifestyle, no ideology, no religion, no corrupt political system. Hell yeah.
When this first happened, news came out and said this was the guy that was on the roof. Then they quickly shifted over to Thomas Matthew Crooks without any explanation as to what happened to Maxwell Yerrick, and he still has not spoken out. But then you realize, again, it's just another rabbit hole to...
Yeah, breathing in consciousness is how we get our ideas, for show.
To lure you down into. We are heavily in an age of distractions and deceptions. And unfortunately, when we do call out these bogus scripts, these bogus rabbit holes, the narrative will never change. The original narrative will still be the same even 20 years later.
Listen up. Eating Rabbi says the Messiah could arrive Thursday. Cites 5...
He could arrive Thursday.
100-year-old book naming the Strait of Hormuz as site of final war. Article goes on to say a respected Israeli
The Strait of Hormuz.
rabbi is making a striking claim. The Messiah will be announced this Thursday, the first day of the Hebrew month of Nisan and the beginning of the biblical calendar year. It says the timing is tied directly to one of the most strategically volatile waterways on Earth. It says this Thursday, and there will be an announcement. And he declared in a lecture that has been circulating widely. The radio will broadcast from Jerusalem, and in 5 minutes, we will hear a warning. The Messiah has arrived. And it goes on to talk about how the Jewish calendar designates Nisan as the first month, the month of redemption. And then it talks about the Exodus and how the Messiah is predicted to come on the first day of Nisan, this Thursday. But get this, the sages connect this expectation to the destruction of Amalek, the enemy of Israel, what remains of the war against our enemies. We must finish them, particularly the leaders, by this Thursday. Then he says he joked with President Trump, saying you must finish the job by Thursday, which means
Wait, are we talking about today or next Thursday?
This week might get interesting with the war.
That video came from Itty Bitty Terror 2, and of course is Thursday, and so far we have not gotten any return of the Israel Messiah news as of yet, but it's just evident that they are bringing something.
Wait, I'm confused. Is Israel waiting for a Messiah? Wouldn't that be Jesus? Is that Jesus? So they don't believe in Jesus, but they're like, oh, Jesus is coming back? Is that what's going on? That makes no fucking sense, bro. That can't be it, right? Or is it just the Christians that want a Messiah? What do the Zionists want? Besides just endless war.
Something in, ushering something in, and they're using this conflict as a reason why this thing is coming in. And as Netanyahu said, this is the return of their Messiah. And as I understood, when it came to the Israel people anyway, their Messiah has not come yet. So what is returning? Just very, very odd and interesting times. But in any case, thank you so much for watching. If you like this channel and you want to see more, please subscribe. If you're already subscribed, please like, as any engagement does help the channel grow. Once again, thank you so much for your support.
No, thank you, brother. Oh,
well, if you thought things
a
couldn't
new
get any
Jawbry, I hate everything.
worse, I've got some bad news.
Jawbry's voice does drive me crazy, but I do like his videos a lot. He suffers. I mean, at this point, it's endearing to me, but he suffers from like TikTok voice more than anyone, I feel. But he's also, I feel like he's from before TikTok. Is it just influencer voice? Dude, do I have this? What's up, guys? I like to emulate that at the beginning of stream as a goof. I don't know if I could keep this up for a whole 15-minute video.
It's for you.
My friend is a guy named Jake Paul. And come here, Jake. Say it.
Yeah, what Mr. Trump is.
The entire Talmudic Jewish religion is structured around negating Jesus. Therefore, one thing they espouse is that Mashiach has not yet arrived. But wait, so are they like... Wait, is Mashiach the Messiah that's supposed to be coming or whatever? And he's not Jesus? But they're going to think he's Jesus, and then the Christians are going to think... Or no, they're going to think he's their Messiah, and then the Christians are going to be like, oh, Jesus is coming back. He's returned. And then everyone else in the rest of the world is going to be like, what the fuck is wrong with these people? It's clearly AI.
Has taught me is courage. You know, we never back down from a fight, even if they're much bigger than you, much bigger than you.
I think if you were to go back in time...
Dude, I heard about this, but I didn't see pictures. I didn't bother to look. Look at the pit stains on Jake. That's crazy, bro. Why are you wearing a beige suit if this is the sweat you're pushing out, buddy?
10 years and tell me that the guy from Bizarrevark, the ex-Viner who went viral for making one of the most disliked music videos in the history of the website, the Team 10 leader Jake Paul would be in the year 2026, encouraged by President Donald J. Trump to run for public office. I'd probably slip into cardiac arrest somehow.
I'm going to make a prediction that you will be, in the not too distant future, running for political office. And you...
What a nightmare, dude. Do you guys remember when Jake Paul's house was raided and they took a bunch of money and guns, and the FBI raided him, and then you never heard anything else about him? About that, I mean. What the frick happened there, I wonder?
My complete and total endorsement.
Everything's computer.
Entire rally felt like a dream you'd have after taking 40 Benadryls. It was surreal. Starting with one of his supporters fainting about 30 minutes into the speech. He doesn't know how to react, so he just kind of stands there and waits for other people to make sure she's alive. If I had $1...
And literally Dr. Oz went and had to save her. He goes, is there a doctor in the house? And it was Dr. Oz.
For every time someone fainted around Donald Trump and Dr. Oz had to spring into action to save the person, I'd have $3, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it keeps happening. And each time Trump just clearly doesn't know how to handle himself. He's not the most adept at dealing with crises, which is why I'm so glad he's in charge of a global conflict right now. He just kind of twiddles his thumbs and waits for them to be done, like it's an inconvenience.
Yeah, remember when that guy passed out behind him and he was just like...
to him, though he does ask the DJ to get some music going.
Want to play a song? Do you think the people backstage are listening to me? How about Ave Maria? Well, because is going to be okay. How about putting it in?
That's nuts.
Right now, Ave Maria, if they are listening. Ave Maria by...
He's like, why isn't my sound booth ever listening to me? Especially in this emergency.
Yeah, that should lighten the mood. The woman was fine, but I bet she wished she had stayed unconscious after a sweat-ridden Jake Paul oafishly took the stage and began rambling into the mic.
You guys have that swag. There's a lot of young kids in here.
I mean, God, dude, you got a whole fucking ecosystem under your arms. He has microorganisms swimming in his pit sweat. That's so much perspiration. Calm down. Sweating that much through a blazer as thick as that one is some dastardly work. And in front of your president that you love so much, you gotta do better than that.
I know God is with us. I know he wants us on the right side of history. And everyone here has to do their part. And God's got us. Trump's got us.
Let's just back up and put things into perspective here. America is barreling towards World War III. The Strait of Hormuz remains closed. Oil tankers are being bombed. Gas prices are soaring. And the death toll in Iran continues to rise as Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth refuse to do anything but up the ante. Now, with the new buildup of Marines in the region, boots on the ground are looking more and more like an inevitability, assuming we don't already have special ops over there right now, of course. And yet, with all of this happening in the backdrop, this is how our wartime president chooses to spend his visit to Kentucky.
Bro, Trump is so zesty, right? He truly is. Dude, Trump should have had a RuPaul-style career, man.
In the backdrop, this is how our wartime president chooses to spend his visit to Kentucky.
Let's go.
Why he's even in Kentucky in the first place is crazy enough. At the rally, he laid into the state's Republican representative Thomas Massie, who you may already be familiar with on account of his restless efforts to release the Epstein files. To some, that would make him worthy of praise, but to others, he's a dangerous hack, peddling liberal hoaxes for his own selfish...
That is a good point, J-Love. Trump literally reacts like that because he's used to seeing people die. He literally can't be bothered. He doesn't care. That dude fainted behind him and he didn't even turn. He didn't give a fuck. That's a good point. Yeah. I mean, that goes in the pile of more credible that, you know, it's more more evidence that he's that he's seen people die, probably, or killed people.
Gain, at least
most people would be like, oh my God, help Bob.
That's what Epstein's best friend of 10 years seems to think.
Massey's a complete and total disaster as a congressman and, frankly, as a human being. We got to get rid of this loser. He's disloyal to the Republican Party. He's disloyal to the people of Kentucky. And most importantly, he is disloyal to the United States of America. And he's got to be voted out of office as soon as possible.
As Massey pointed out, he votes with the Republicans 91% of the time in Congress. He only deviates on topics like war and Epstein.
And pedophile
When will you change
shit.
your party affiliation to Democrat?
I thought you knew. I
vote with Republicans 91% of the time. And the 9% I don't, they're taken up for pedophiles, starting another war, or bankrupting our country.
So when you have a war that's being waged,
Massey had that spark in his eye, boy.
Aged in part to distract from Epstein, it's no wonder Trump is coming out against him in full force.
Tom Massey stands with the ladies of The View.
I'm not really sure who he thinks he's fooling, though. You'd have to be
of The View.
It's no wonder Trump is coming out against him in full force.
Tom Massey stands with the ladies of The View.
The View.
Not really sure who he thinks he's fooling, though. You'd have to be a pretty big fucking idiot to go along with Trump on this one. Who could possibly be that stupid? Oh, yeah.
All of our voices matter in America.
But it wasn't just this one brief appearance. As Jake teased online, he would actually be sitting down for a full-length interview with the president, too, which technically makes this the first ever interview Donald Trump has done since launching a war with Iran. I'm not joking. I wish I were joking, but I'm not. In a video titled, "I Asked President Donald Trump Everything," he certainly did that. I mean, come on, this is Jake Paul we're talking about. He's not gonna leave anything on the table. Only the most pressing questions are gonna be asked here.
How big is the TV on Air Force One? Who would you want to see me fight? What, like, do you have advice?
Bro, this is crazy. Like, they're literally invading Iran right now. Well, I don't know if they're invading yet, but they will. They're doing a war on Iran, and he's getting interviewed by Jake Paul and hanging out with the Japanese prime minister, goofing around about Barron. We live in crazy world, man. I'm sick of it. Are those roid sweats? Is that a thing? Yeah, I think I thought the same thing when I saw him. I was like, is that from steroids?
Advice for younger people for going against the tide, going against the wind. And if you could come back in history and reincarnate and like be able to experience someone else's life, who would you come back in history as?
That's a very interesting question.
Let's be fair, though. I'm not sure Jake Paul could name the 3 branches of government if he tried. His brain might start melting out of his head if you were to ask him how many members of Congress there are. Make no mistake, this was mostly just a chance to talk about boxing and have the president hawk Jake Paul's branded deodorant to an...
I'm honestly surprised that Trump hasn't been interviewed by Mr. Beast yet.
Audience of 9-year-olds.
This is my brand, which is all about winning. So it's funny you're saying that. Made in the USA. I know you're all about bringing jobs back to America. I don't know.
That's good looking, though.
Thank you, man.
Go buy it, MAGA. That's good.
Yeah.
Go buy it, MAGA. Go buy it, MAGA. That's what it's all about, boys. That's what it's always been about since day one. Go buy it, MAGA. Hi, Buka. Here's the little criminal chasing her little new brother around, being a bully. She's like, what if he takes my food? What if I shrink? This girl weighs more than her dad does. Her daddy, Mr. Big Face, he's like 14 pounds or something. She's like 15 and a half, dude. She's thick. She's like a meat patty, stuffed. Look at this. She's purring. She likes it. Oh. She loves getting a boost. Look at that tail. Come here, Pooga Bear. She's so funny. Sorry, baby. We're watching Jake Paul.
We're in Walmarts and really hitting like the heart of America.
Are we sure it fucking works, though? Of course there would be no...
What is it? Deodorant?
hard-hitting, interesting, smart, or valuable questions being lobbed the president's...
Bro, I love how his skin, it's so gross. The makeup, man. Look at the literal hard edge of his fucking nasty toner. Isn't that crazy? This is our president wearing straight up clown makeup. Like, dude, his whole face should be this color. His ears aren't that color. His eyebrows, you can see the skin under his eyebrows. His head. It's crazy, man. There's a straight line. Yeah, I love chunky kitties too. They're the best. Kiddo's a chunker too. I don't know what his weight is, but he's definitely got some heft on him. That's why Mushka's mad, is just because he stole her body type. Oh, boo-boo.
Way. Some might argue that's why he agreed to the thing in the first place. Jay gets to sell his deodorant, Trump gets to peddle his ugly hats, doesn't have to think about all those children he murdered. I mean, it's a win-win, really.
It's actually my first show on this podcast, so you're gonna be my first and last guest.
Good. I love that he starts this thing by admitting that he really has no podcast.
Yeah, that's the funniest part. He doesn't even have a podcast. It's just Jake Paul.
I thought to myself when Trump said this in his rally that...
Dude, how did he not get Logan, right? Logan actually has a podcast.
I don't think Jake Paul has a podcast.
His local podcast is big stuff.
But it's a thing now, for the sake of this one interview that Jake just couldn't possibly resist conducting. He needed the chance to glaze one of the biggest warmongers and pedophile protectors of the modern era. He just had to. Before we even get to the 1 minute mark, they're already talking about Jake's latest boxing match, where he got absolutely bodied by Anthony Joshua.
Is it true that you watched the Joshua fight on Air Force One?
I watched it. I watched you, and I thought you were very brave.
There's that validation Jake craves so much.
Would you ever run for office?
I think so. That's what I'm asking for some advice. Like, how did you make that transition, and was it hard?
Oh, yeah, I don't know.
Oh my God, this is, dude, I'm telling you, this is the Peter Thielification of everything. It's coming. Jake Paul has got to be a blood boy.
Had to do it because you get to a certain age, you have a few years left. You got about 40 years to make the decision. But I had one shot. You know, the timing was good, but if I waited longer, it wouldn't have been good because of the clock. You know, the famous clock.
Yeah.
Father Time.
Yeah.
Father Time, the famous clock. We all know it, folks, the famous clock. What a unique way of speaking, truly.
Your brother's a great guy, too. Who's a better fighter, you or...
Dude, I am going to miss Trump when they finally retire his character.
I am, sir. Huh? I am, sir. He knows that, too.
That's actually one of the most genuine laughs I think I've ever speaking, truly.
Your brother's a great guy, too. Who's a better fighter, you or him?
I am, sir. Huh? I am, sir. He knows that, too.
That's actually one of the most genuine laughs I think I've ever seen from Donald Trump. I will say that he seems to very much prefer the company.
He's like, I'd pay you to fight each other, and then I fuck both of you.
Of the Paul brothers over his own fail sons. One of the happiest I've ever seen him is when he faced off with Logan last year in this video.
Are they gonna kiss?
Yo, I'm scared. No. Look at that smile, dude. He's having so much
Yeah, he loves the Pauls.
fun. They spend so much time rambling.
Imagine Jake Paul is our president, bro. Bro, I mean, don't write anything off, ever. We have entered the Twilight Zone. Anything's possible, man. Anything except us becoming sovereign beings and, you know, having all of our needs met. That reality never happened. No, I'm just kidding. We can't speak that into existence. That's just a joke. But that's what it feels like sometimes, right?
about fights, and I'm sorry, I just could not care less. I don't really expect much from Jake Paul, obviously, but come on. You're interviewing the president of the United States, the most powerful man on the planet, who is, as we speak, in the middle of waging the largest regional war since Iraq. And Jake clearly wants this to be somewhat of a serious interview, because he does broach the topic of Iran eventually. It just goes about exactly as you would expect.
No, and I commend you for your bravery, and I think so many Iranians do as well. I think what you're doing is phenomenal, and I was shocked that so many activists like in America didn't like it.
Yeah, like the live stream if you're liking the live stream. Thank you, boys. We got 80 strong. We got 4 on Twitch. Let's go. We rise.
But meanwhile, they're like, oh, well, we support women. We want women to have all these rights. Meanwhile, you're liberating the women of Iran, and then they have an issue with it. I thought that was very confusing.
So is making the...
I thought that was very confusing. It's pretty confusing, Jake. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to understand what's going on when your brain is fucking mush. And your pineal gland is swollen shut.
Unbreathable part of liberating the women of Iran? I don't know, just wondering. I would love for Jake, or the pedophile sitting across from him, to answer that one. Not to mention the fact that the IRGC, an acronym that means nothing to Jake Paul, I imagine, has not really changed its leadership all that much since the war started. You took out the Ayatollah, sure, but is his son gonna be any different? What was the end goal here? That would be a real question to ask if Jake were actually in the business of asking real questions, but we can't say anything that might hurt the president's feelings, so we should just kiss his ass instead.
But our military has done a great job.
Yeah, no, it's been incredible to watch.
Great job bombing those historical sites, Mr. President. You really liberated all those civilians by fucking killing them.
You know, the economy is great. It's a little bit of we take a little winding road for a little while, but we have to wipe out the evil. It's an evil curse. They're evil people.
Evil people, yeah. Unlike us, who defend pedophiles and bomb children in their schools.
We support gays, but they throw gays off the buildings, okay? We support this. I mean, the things they do.
Apparently, Republicans only care about LGBTQ rights when it can be used to justify the bombing of people overseas. If that were the real concern, I'm pretty sure we would have sent troops into Saudi Arabia years ago. Not to mention gay marriage still being illegal in Israel. It's almost like human rights play no role whatsoever.
Wait, you can't gay marry over in Israel? I thought that... What the fuck? I thought that you could. Dude. They literally got you can't do shit over there. That place sucks. They want to act like they're all fucking... all high and mighty. Bro, they don't even let you gay marry? That's hilarious. Of course they don't. What was I thinking?
In our determination of whether we should go into a country or not. Not that I expect this bottom feeder to mention any of that. He's just here to nod along and tell the president what a great job he's doing.
Was it strategic to go after Maduro first and secure the Venezuelan oil and then go after Iran?
So no, it wasn't time-wise. It wasn't. No, Venezuela.
Literally, that's what it feels like.
Well, it was the right time. They were sending drugs. I mean, they were sending drugs into our country. You've seen it.
Yeah.
They were sending.
Isn't Tel Aviv really gay? Yeah, totally it is.
The most violent prisoners. They emptied their prisons. They let them into our country.
So that's just another load of horse shit.
But apparently you can't gay marry. I don't know. I don't know what's going on there. Dude, should I try and get a birthright trip? Anyone gets to go? Is that it? Or do you have to prove that you're a Zionist? How does it work?
Jake were in any way prepared to have this discussion, he would have pointed out that neither of the indictments written up by the Justice Department to justify Nicolas Maduro's arrest accuse the Venezuelan leader of engineering some sinister plot of mass migration into the United States, and that the Venezuelan Prison Observatory reported that the country's prisons housed some 22,000 people in 2024 and remains overcrowded at 145% capacity, the opposite of letting them out. As far as drugs go, Venezuela isn't even mentioned as a fentanyl producer in the DEA's 2025 National Drug Threat Assessment, fentanyl being the leading cause of overdose deaths in America. It's also not mentioned as a country where
You have to prove that you have Jewish lineage or a pedo case. Either works. So if you're a pedophile, you're immediately a Zionist and they let you in. If you follow the satanic cabal version of Judaism that they made up.
Cocaine originates. Some of it is trafficked through Venezuela, but the United Nations estimates that around 70% of cocaine leaves Colombia via the Pacific route, with most cocaine entering the US through Mexico, according to the DEA. But Jake Paul has the brain of a fucking insect, so of course he's not going to say any of this. Why would he? He's an NPC for the administration, just like all the other mouth-breathing influencers who gladly used their platforms to prop up and promote Donald Trump during the election. These are some of the most brazen opportunists out there. This isn't a conversation worth having.
They recognize gay marriages performed elsewhere, but yeah, can't get gay married in the apartheid state. That's incredible, man. I love them. They're so cool.
Unless you're going to press the president on even the slightest of issues.
Much more important is to just take this country and bring it back, and it's really back. It's really back.
Yeah. I feel it. No, and I think everyone else feels it as well. And I think the momentum's growing, and we really appreciate you.
Peppa said, I'm so fucking sick of this crap. Like, how do we create movies like Star Wars, Matrix, Terminator, Indiana Jones, and no one rebels against this shit? We need to cut through as a collective and stand together against social separation and the manipulation. Well, again, watching Andor, Luthen says... He says, what's her name? Mon Mothma gets so mad because he goes, Luthen is like, he's like the guy who's like funding the rebellion or trying to, you know? He's like one of the Epstein class that flips and realizes what they're doing is wrong. So he's trying to lead this rebellion from, you know, high up on the inside. And he said, He wanted to get a bunch of money to fund the rebellion, so they went and they stole a whole quarter's worth of payroll from this garrison place, and they did it bold and big and beautiful, and the point of it was to get all the money, but also to make the Empire retaliate in such a way that it basically kicks the rebellion off itself. And so Mon Mothma comes and she's like, what have you done? People are going to get hurt. And he goes, that's the point. But then at another point, he was talking about how he is like, the Empire's been suffocating us for so long, we don't even notice it anymore. And I think we're kind of at that point. And we are kind of at the point where something needs to happen that literally shocks people awake. I don't know what it is, but yeah, I mean, that's the good thing about movies. That's why I love movies and storytelling and shit, is because we know the answers. We know that what they're doing is wrong. We know what we have to do. We just need enough people to wake up and fucking do something, you know, like be able to stand up against this. We have the blueprint. We know what the bad guys look like. They look like the stormtroopers. You know? But, yeah, I mean, I feel like we're on the cusp of that fucking thing. Like, you know, what is it? What's the thing that kicks it all off in the Andor? That, like, massacre in the square? Like, we're getting close to, they're going to Kent State us or something. They're going to 9/11 us again, and maybe that'll be the final straw. But I don't know, maybe not. Maybe they'll just give everyone a new iPad and some good movies. But yeah, I mean, that's the best part about them fucking killing all of their, like, dude, them feeding us food that sucks, giving us movies and TV shows that fucking suck, giving us celebrities and musicians that fucking suck. They're creating their own downfall because we're becoming bored with it, right? Like, everyone's talking about how they're like, movies don't hit, the food doesn't hit, nothing hits anymore because it's all been slopped down into, the capitalist end game that it always does, which is going to be them feeding us dirt at, hyperinflated prices. And that's for every sector. I mean, the music and shit that they give us is all fucking Nepo slop, So I think we're like, the crossroads got to be coming soon. The fucking uptick. We got to be getting to the bottom of the fucking pendulum swing, right? That's what I keep thinking. But yeah, I'm fed up with it too, dude. But yeah, I think the stories we tell ourselves are the blueprint. So once we all do decide to fucking wake the fuck up and stop this mayhem, we'll basically know what to do.
They have to respect our country, right?
Yeah, big change requires big events.
Yep. And to do that, they have to respect your leader.
Yep.
So.
And yeah, I pretty sure all those revolution stories in film are to sate our innate drive for freedom, so we go back to work and fill up our pockets by using their banks. Yeah, I do think that it's like a pressure release, right? Like, and then we just think about doing heroic things. Oh no, that's just for the movies. You can't do that in real life. We just got to go to work. It's another one of those things, too.
I appreciate it. You just take care. Say hello to your brother, okay?
I will.
We've reached a very weird moment in history. A moment where members of Team 10 are posting quotes from former Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld on their Instagrams. Gun tubers like Brandon Herrera are running for Congress and winning. Mr. Beast and now Jake Paul have expressed interest in elected office, and Matt Pat has been talking to Congress about the creator economy, which is kind of...
Mr. Beast said that he would run for president if they lowered the age. Dude, I do know this ends if we keep letting them do this, Mr. Beast will be president one day, or Aiden Ross.
Kind of cool, actually. You know what? That one's good. Bottom line, we're living in a world where content creation is blending together with politics. Asmongold, formerly a World of Warcraft streamer, is now one of the biggest political creators on Twitch, and this is the kind of commentary he offers.
The difference between voting for Gavin Newsom and a JD Vance, or voting third party and abstaining.
Bro, he looks like a fucking, like, Japanese forest hag or something. This guy is so gross. Look at how fucking jacked his hairline is. It starts all the way back here, bro. That's fucking crazy, dog.
And lowering the threshold for JD Vance to win is the difference between quite literally 15 million people dying due to USAID cuts, which Gavin Newsom would.
Which we should have done, by the way. It's too bad. If they die due to the cuts, that's just too bad. It's not our problem. Like, if we're cutting USAID cuts and people in Africa die, too bad. Suicidal empathy? Yeah, fuck them. Who cares?
I think we have to be really honest about what this means going forward. There's a certain responsibility for streamers and YouTubers to be mindful of the impact they might have on electoral politics. Some use their power to influence for good, and others relish in the pain it causes. But the power can be significant, and if you aren't diligent, you might just end up like Jake, being used by this crooked administration to normalize an agenda of suffering. Whether he wants to admit it or not, Jake Jake Paul has become a propagandist sellout for an administration carrying out an illegal and offensive war in the Middle East. And that's not a sentence I ever thought I'd say.
Oh, man.
Qatar Energy just announced that they may have to declare force majeure on long-term contracts for up to 5 years, dude. We have escalated into worst-case scenario territory overnight, and it literally happened because Israel struck the gas fields. Just remember, Israel struck the gas fields. Iran and Qatar share that gas field. Force majeure means force closure is done. They're packing it up. Like, they're packing up the contracts. They just don't have the capability. That is an unbelievable energy crisis. That's precisely the reason why Donald Trump came out last night and said this dumbass Truth Social post.
Oh yeah, did
I replied to. I said,
did you guys see this post?
Everybody panic now. Statement from President Trump on the South Pars gas field. Israel out of anger.
Just doing late night, like 3 a.m. fucking sundowning tweets. This is our foreign policy is just Trump fucking tweeting on Truth Social.
For what has taken place in the Middle East has violently lashed out at a major facility known as South Pars gas field in Iran. I mean, I just didn't think that the end of the world would be so funny at the same time. You know what I mean? Like, this man is a wordsmith, brother. What do you mean? Out of anger for what has taken place in the Middle East has violently lashed out at a major facility known as the South Pars gas field in Iran. Like... Israel just got real mad. Who knows why? And then they just lashed out at a facility. It's so funny to describe Israel escalating its unlimited bombing campaign to new targets that are predictably going to cause energy collapse in the world. And it's just the way he tries to describe it is like the New York Times trying to write about an incident.
All right, boys. You want to watch this video on I read a chapter on the Sephiroth shit, the steps to understanding. I think this is what the secret societies be using all the time, the Kabbalah shit. I kind of want to understand this more. You guys want to do some esoteric shit and get off of fucking the news? Let's check this out.
Thanks to the great courses.
Wait.
Seems to echo through time, whispered in the Kabbalah, a word that seems to echo through time, whispered in the halls of ancient temples, pondered over by sages in dimly lit chambers, concealed in the folds of sacred texts. But what is Kabbalah? For some, it is a path to divine wisdom, the hidden knowledge of creation. For others, it is a map of the soul, a mystical key to understanding both the cosmos and the self.
Yeah, this is kind of like what the fucking Rosicrucians and the Freemasons are all fucking with, right?
It has been studied by rabbis and alchemists, by philosophers and mystics. It has influenced theology, occultism, hermeticism, and even modern spirituality. Some see it as a science of the soul, while others believe...
Because I don't really get it. Like, what are each of the sphere things? They're like... You know, there's like the crown, there's mercy, fear. I forget all the different ones. They kind of remind me of like the woe and vigor or whatever, the like 4 categories you have on the show Severance. The Kier like categories. But like are they like steps? Like or they all kind of work together and you kind of master one at a time or something? I don't understand how understanding this Kabbalah tree thing leads to spiritual enlightenment. You know what I mean?
Believe it holds the secret.
I've been trying to understand it, but so far it doesn't make a ton of sense.
Secrets of reality itself. But here's the truth.
To me,
we cannot explain Kabbalah in a single video. Even its most famous text, the Zohar, is a labyrinthine masterpiece spanning thousands of pages, filled with cryptic parables, numerological codes, and profound metaphysical insights.
Excuse me. Yeah, you zigzag through as a path. Because there's also all the connections in between them, right? So is it kind of like getting like your Boy Scout badge? Like, is it like doing all the checklists for like becoming a Weeblo too? Crazy naming the older Boy Scouts Weeblos. Yeah, we blow the fucking Boy Scout leaders. That's what they wanted. That's what they wanted Boy Scouts for anyway. Wayne McCroy video.
Unlike many religious traditions that openly share their teachings, Kabbalah was never meant for the masses. For centuries, it was guarded, hidden, passed only from master to disciple in whispered conversations, never written down in full. It was said that only men over 40, trained in the Torah and the Talmud, were allowed to study Kabbalah. Why? Because Kabbalah was considered dangerous. It was believed that those who approached it without preparation risked madness, obsession, or worse, contact with forces they could not control.
You know what's funny? I'm also reading a Kundalini yoga book, and all of these yoga texts, they always talk like the thing that they're most serious about is pranayama, the breathing. And they say the exact same things. They say it should be the last thing that you learn, basically, or you have to be like really experienced in practicing yoga in all aspects of life and shit. And that you're supposed to have the oversight of a guru when you're learning to do pranayama breathing, which is, it's a bunch of different breathing techniques. Like you'll block one nostril. There's like a thing you do where it's like this, where you breathe in through one nostril, close it, breathe out, breathe in again, close it, open the other one, breathe out, breathe in. And all of the texts are like, do not do this unless you are well on your path to becoming a yogi and blah, blah, blah. And you have oversight and overview, because if you do this, you might unleash untold power that will lead to madness. That's basically what the Kabbalah shit sounds like.
Jewish philosopher Maimonides.
But it is, both of them are about consciousness, right? The air is the consciousness. The pranayama, maybe the Kabbalah, understanding that gets you, maxes your prana out like pranayama breathing does. It can lead to madness. Spiritual psychosis. Oh no!
Warned
Whatever, dude. Spiritual psychosis would be fucking way cooler than whatever's going on here, right?
Against misinterpretations of mysticism. The rabbis feared that a reckless mind might invoke divine energies without knowing how to contain them. Yet, despite these warnings, the thirst for hidden knowledge has never ceased. The forbidden is always the most desired, and throughout history, the secrets of Kabbalah have leaked into the hands of scholars.
It's a map towards enlightenment, and it deals heavily with your subconscious and dealing with your shadow self. It's referenced in the Freemason symbolism. It's also in the tarot. I think it's all occult magic hidden with a religious label.
Mystics and visionaries across the world. The language of symbols. But here's where things become even more mysterious. Kabbalah is not just a body of knowledge. It is a living system, a sacred code embedded in reality itself. It speaks through numbers and letters, through sacred names and divine emanations. It is hidden within the Torah, concealed in the geometry of the Hebrew alphabet, waiting for those who know how to decipher its secrets. Kabbalah is a tradition that does not merely describe the universe, it claims to be part of it. The structure of existence itself is mirrored in its symbols. The 10 sefirot of the Tree of Life, representing the unfolding of divine consciousness. The 22 paths, reflecting the letters of the Hebrew alphabet, the fundamental building blocks of creation. The Tetragrammaton, the ineffable name of God, said to contain the formula of all existence. This is why Kabbalah is unlike any other philosophy, any other system of thought. It is not merely intellectual, it is transformational. It is a path not just to knowledge, but to experience. Where does true wisdom come from? Can the deepest mysteries of the universe be discovered through reason and logic, or must they be revealed by divine forces? Kabbalah is not just a philosophy. But where did it begin? The angel Raziel and the primordial revelation. According to one of the oldest mystical traditions, the first recipient of Kabbalistic knowledge was Adam himself. After the fall from Eden, humanity lost direct communion with the divine. But Adam was not abandoned. He was given a gift, a mystical book, said to have...
And it's not even just in the Kundalini yoga books. It's in a bunch of them. It's in I think it's even in the Yoga Sutras, like the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, which is like one of the older yogic texts, you know? I'm pretty sure it says the same thing. And yeah, one of my teachers takes it very seriously too. I want to find a little bit of that madness, maybe.
Been delivered by the angel Raziel, the keeper of secrets. This book contained the divine structure of reality, the hidden forces behind creation, and the names of the angels that govern the cosmos. Some say that Adam passed this wisdom to his descendants, but over time, much was lost. It is said that this book later came into the hands of Enoch, the ancient patriarch who walked with God and was taken up to heaven without dying. Some traditions identify him with Metatron, the highest of the archangels, the scribe of divine mysteries. Another tradition holds that Abraham, the first patriarch, was the true founder of Kabbalistic wisdom. The Sefer Yetzirah, one of the oldest Kabbalistic texts, is traditionally attributed to him. It describes the creation of the universe through the power of letters, numbers, and divine forces, suggesting that language itself is the code of existence. According to this tradition,
which is interesting. I mean, that's kind of similar to... I mean, it's like a different spin on what other religions or whatever are saying, is that like sound is the original building block, but they're saying the Kabbalah, the Sefer Yitzhak or whatever, says that it's letters and words. Interesting.
Tradition, Abraham received mystical insight into the 10 emanations of God, the Sefirot, and the 22 sacred letters of the Hebrew alphabet, which he saw as fundamental elements of creation, like the atoms of divine speech. Some accounts claim that Abraham was a master astrologer, interpreting the movements of the stars as manifestations of divine will. His wisdom was said to be so profound that even the sages of ancient Babylon marveled at his understanding. As the centuries passed, this sacred knowledge was carried forward.
Yeah, I don't really fuck with the letters and numbers are the building blocks. I like the sound. Sound is a real, tangible, actual thing. Letters and numbers, especially writing them, I don't get that. Because I just read this chapter in the Manly P. Hall book, and I was like, what are they talking about? Each letter is a building block of the universe. What do you mean, a letter? Sound? That makes sense to me. But maybe they're saying maybe the letter represents a sound. And that maybe it's like that.
In secret. Some say it was...
Ohm is letters and words too. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's what it is, right? Like it's a sound. Yeah, I agree. I think sound exists before letters and words. I feel like words and stuff follow. Those are representations of the sounds. Right? That's what it feels like. It feels like it's like describing a secondary step of existence. But I feel like sound, that's like the core.
Passed from Abraham to Isaac, then to Jacob, and later to Joseph. But the next great revelation came at Mount Sinai. Moses is often seen as the ultimate lawgiver, the one who received the written Torah, the foundation of Judaism. But Kabbalists claim that Moses received far more than what was written in the scrolls. According to the Zohar, Moses was initiated into a
2-minute warning,
higher esoteric Torah, a level of knowledge that was too powerful to be revealed to the masses. This hidden teaching was passed
Torah level 9,000, boys.
Only to the most enlightened initiates, the 70 elders of Israel. It is said that Moses not only spoke with God.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. When I read this too, that they were talking about the letters and words or numbers or whatever being the building blocks, and that's the original code of the universe or whatever, I thought that same thing. I was like, kind of validate simulation theory then. But yeah, I mean, I'm open to whatever.
But also ascended through the realms of divine consciousness, penetrating the secrets of the spherode and the celestial worlds. What if I told...
Bro, bring back practical visual effects. Bring them back. I'd rather watch this than a fucking rubbery, you know, Stretch Armstrong like superhero fight.
Told you that language
That
is
shit
more
ruled.
than communication.
That was incredible.
Penetrating the secrets of the spherode and the celestial worlds.
Amazing.
What if I told you that language is more than communication? That words do not just describe reality, they create it? For Kabbalists, this is not metaphorical. It is literal. The letters of the Hebrew alphabet are not arbitrary symbols. They are forces woven into the fabric of existence itself. To understand Kabbalah, one must first understand the power of sacred language. The word as creation, the divine speech of Genesis. The idea that words create reality is not unique to Kabbalah, but in Jewish mysticism, it is the foundation of everything. In the book of Genesis, God does not shape the universe with his hands. He speaks it into existence. Let there be light, and there was light. Creation, according to Kabbalah, is an ongoing process.
Happy freaking 9/11.
Thank you. This song is called Lying in the Hands of God.
Oh wait, I thought this was lying on graves. Here, let's watch Jesse instead. Happy 9/11, boys.
You watched your cat get ran over, you were broken in your pain. I was stoned upstairs trying to remember my own name. Our friends got weirder with their eyes as red as roses. They lifted heavier things with their needles and their noses, and always girls with their miseries.
Yeah, nylon string guitar for the win again.
As mysterious as stars and as obvious as gravity. Landmines in my mind called memories. I've I've got to watch I don't get blown to smithereens. Don't you know what I mean? I climbed up and I jumped, and when I hit I was completely numb. You drug my broke ass to the carnival, and it wasn't even fun. I walked forever like an ancestor, exiled from my mind. In the sackcloth and ash of a borrowed pair of your Levi's, we stuffed your Mazda full of dope plants, and we headed back to base. I've never been an astronaut, but I swear to God I've been to space. Landmines in my mind called memories. I've got to watch I don't get blown to smithereens. Don't you know what I mean? Now the sun's coming through the curtains, and I must leave. I can't change the way it was, only change the way it's gonna be. Don't you look me in the eye, and don't get tough. What you think you know you don't, and what you do you mostly just made up. You do what you can, and sometimes what you should. Ain't it a shame the way the good old days weren't even all that good? Landmines in my mind called memories. I've got to watch I don't get blown to smithereens. Don't you know what I mean?
Here, you want some fucking war pigs? I was gonna open up Miro, but I don't want to crash my computer. Dude, this song is so dope.
Generals gathered in their masses, just like witches at black masses. Evil minds that plot destruction, sorcerer of death's construction. In the fields of bodies burning,
bro, this is us, dog.
The machine keeps turning. Death and hatred to mankind, poisoning their brainwashed minds.
Oh, Lord, yeah. this AI slop? No, I don't think so, because it's from 11 years ago. The Twin Towers, boys. 9/11. It predicted 9/11. War boner pigs. Yo, did this guy huff chrome paint? Oh, it's a mask. I thought he was going to Valhalla. Witness me! Baseline goes off too. Sorry, 1 sec, 10-1.
Darkness, world stops turning. Ashes where the body's burning. No more war pigs have the power. And as God has struck the hour, day of judgment, God is calling. On the knees, the war pigs crawling, begging mercies for the sin. Wow. Satan laughing spreads his wings. Oh Lord, yeah.
This is us, dude. We're the war pigs, bro, I think. This us? This is why we can't have high-speed rail or any health care, because we are gonna do bombs to children. This is why we'll never, ever, ever have any trains. And we will never have food that isn't fucking poison. Wow, wow, it's okay that you will be living inside of the cloud, and you'll be dead, but Peter Thiel will drain your blood and drink it all day, because he's a lizard and a cuck. Oh, Peter Thiel is a big fucking little lizard. Peter Thiel is a cuck. Peter Thiel is a cuck. Peter Thiel is a cuck.
From across the Gulf region met in Riyadh.
Everybody here is a bunch fucking cooks. Sorry, I'm ruining it. Woo! Let's go, boys. Your kids are never getting fucking school lunch, bitch. You will never have school lunch. You will never have retirement. You will never stop fucking working, cause these motherfuckers gotta go to war for fucking ever. Anyway, that was fun. Sorry, I ruined the whole solo. I'm sorry, guys. Sometimes you gotta have a little fun, okay? We already watched this.
About the war before attacking Iran.
Let's watch it again.
We are very confused about we Japanese citizens.
Well, one thing you don't want to signal too much. You know, when we go in, we went in very hard, and we didn't tell anybody about it because we wanted surprise. Who knows better about surprise than Japan? Okay? Why didn't you tell me about Pearl Harbor? Okay?
Dude, literal groanage. She goes, oh.
Right? You know, he's asking me, no, you believe in surprise, I think much more so than us.
Why didn't you tell?
He says, Japan, you better watch it. You might get something too.
Andrew raped Virginia Giuffre multiple times when she was a minor. She was procured for him by Epstein and Maxwell. Prince Andrew is all over the Epstein files and probably committed many more crimes that are being covered up. This little prince is not even the first in his family to have an obsession with minors. His great-uncle, Lord Louis Mountbatten, was a part of a multinational pedophile ring. He allegedly abused hundreds of little boys from Ireland, England, Sri Lanka, Malta, and other countries. These boys were usually from poor working-class families, some were orphans, some procured from child brothels, and local socialites even trafficked the boys to him as well. This was occurring as early as 1942 while Louis was in the military, but by then it was already a well-established system, so one can assume that this had been going on for years at that point. His royal security team and other employees participated in procuring boys for him and delivering them to his homes and/or castle. The boys were said to have been between 8 and 12 years old. One survivor described him as not a lord, but the king of pedophiles. The FBI...
Yo, what a title, man. Says, I'm not the lord of pedophiles. I'm the motherfucking king.
The FBI actually knew about Louis' pedophilia toward little boys since at least 1944, and they destroyed the files on him after a journalist requested them.
Bro, imagine that. The FBI be covering up for pedophiles. You ever heard of that?
Louis is also the man who introduced Jimmy Savile to the royal family in 1966. Jimmy then became a regular Buckingham Palace guest and a mentor, advisor, confidant, and fixer to Prince Charles, the current King of England. Charles called Jimmy his best friend. Jimmy was a radio personality who worked with the BBC on television programs and such. Jimmy Savile raped and sexually abused at least 500 people in hospitals, homes, psychiatric facilities, the BBC studios, charities. Jimmy also performed satanic rituals.
Yeah, dude, he was such a fucking freak. I wish we could watch that Louis Theroux doc of him with Jimmy Savile. Actually, we've probably seen enough.
In which his victims were assaulted while wearing robes and while chanting Hail Satan in Latin. His victims were as young as 2 years old and as old as 75 across 5 decades, and this includes the entire time that he was associated with the royal family. In 2009,
I have a feeling that he was around because of the way that he acts.
The UK Crown Prosecution Service decided not to prosecute Savile despite there being a multitude of evidence. Keir Starmer was the head of the Crown Prosecution Service and oversaw these decisions. He is now the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. The IRA killed Louis Mountbatten in 1979, another death of the Irish, but 2 children were killed along with him, and I do not ever condone the murder of children. Honorable mention is King Charles's first official portrait.
Question, is Baron considered a child? I'm just wondering. Not for any reason. How old is he?
As king, invert it, and then mirror it. That is Baphomet, the demon. It's one big club, and
Baron is 20 years old.
they all worship the damn devil. Prince Andrew raped Virginia Giuffre multiple times when she was a minor. She was procured.
These motherfuckers, right? Oh, dude, I saw Mick Foley was trying to bring everyone together earlier. Let's check on Mick Foley. Oh, and I forgot. When I saw this video earlier, I was like, oh yeah, we watched that Mick Foley clip like a couple streams ago. And I just assumed everyone knew who this was, but I shouldn't because it may have been before your time, Zane. Do you know who Mick Foley is? He was a wrestler, Mankind, and he had a sock on his hand called Socko, and Socko was as based as Bo Burnham's Socko.
Hello, everybody. This is Mick Foley, the hardcore legend, and this is an earnest and honest attempt to talk to Republicans and independents who are not so far gone that they can still think for themselves. Now, if you're one of those people, like a close relative of mine, who certainly seem to feel like Alex Presley,
yeah, Cactus Jack,
and Renee Good deserve to die, then I'm not talking to you. Thank you for your support, and you can just, watch it and leave a mean comment or get out of the conversation now. What I'm talking about is appealing to good-hearted, sensible people who cannot believe that the way immigrants are treated in this country is correct. Now, I was listening to a TV station where they talked about how 65% of Americans think ICE has gone too far, and they thought that was good for America, where I was left thinking, wait, 35% of the American public is for this? I'm sorry, but I cannot believe that. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe that 3.5...
Bro, I forgot that one of Mick Foley's characters was called Dude Love.
Half out of every 10 Americans I meet would be in favor of...
Here, wait, let me show you guys a picture of Mankind. Yeah, this is what... And he'd stick the sock into people's mouths. Oh, man. That's good.
Of our fellow human beings, our brothers and sisters, being treated in such an inhumane fashion. I refuse to believe it. Because if 3.5 out of 10 people I meet are for that, that means far more than 3.5 out of 10 who are not people of color are for it, even more males. This is just me in my head doing the math, and that means like, no, we're all better than this. I'm not saying this in a condescending fashion. I'm saying I know because I spent time with you. When I say that, I mean I spent 15 years riding the roads with a variety of different wrestling friends and travel partners, one of whom I would consider to be very progressive. That would be Jim Cornette. The others, not going to make anybody's list of progressives and definitely going to lean conservative, independent to conservative. I never had any problems with a single one of them. We had discussions, not arguments. I know it because when I was struggling, you were the people who let me stay in your spare room or on your couch because I didn't have money for a motel. You were the people, the guy who may have been wearing a MAGA hat, gladly giving me instructions when my GPS wasn't working. You are the people who smile with joy when I bounced your children on my knee as Santa Claus. And when you take the photos and you hug your children at my appearances.
Oh my God, Mick Foley would be a great Santa.
In small towns across this country. And I've worked in every single state, red, blue, and purple. And I've felt the love everywhere I've been. And I just refuse to believe that these people who treat me with such kindness would turn a blind eye to the cruelty that this administration is inflicting on others. There was a quote I saw. A friend of mine asked me if I wanted to put out there, and I said, hold on, I think I can do better with a video message. And the quote said, it's okay to admit you were for something and no longer are. It's okay to say that you like something in principle, but not in its execution. And then it went on to say the best time to speak up would have been earlier. The second best time to speak up is now. Because years from now, when there is nothing to lose, we will all have been against this. But the time to speak up and state your case is now. Many people might not believe this, but I firmly believe the United States of America is better than this. America is better than zip-tying senior citizens. America is better than chasing down agricultural workers or abducting day laborers at Home Depot. America is better than using children for bait.
Agents made Liam knock on the door, asking to let them in order to see if anyone else was home.
We are better than this. We are better than inflicting terror on a wide swath of this public based only on the language they speak and the color of their skin. And I think that many of you believe we're better than this too. I could be wrong. And if I'm wrong, I'll be devastated because I will have completely lost faith in the United States of America and its people. But you can make a difference by just speaking truth to power.
All we say to America is be true to what you said on paper.
Donald Trump reads the polls.
I'm sorry to say, but I do think this man is underestimating this country's history of deep-seated racism. Maybe.
35% is bad. It's not.
We gotta hope, man.
As bad as the 10% that I think is more accurate. Please make a difference by using your voice. Thank you for listening, and have a nice day. Hello, everybody.
Mick Foley, boys. The U.S. drops a 15-ton bomb in Iran. Let's see it one more time, boys. Are we great again? Are y'all feeling great? Y'all feeling the love? Oh yeah, let's finish our Kabbalah video.
Continuously sustained by divine speech. If God were to withdraw his words, existence itself would dissolve into nothingness. This is why Hebrew is more than a language. It is a cosmic code. Every letter, every word, every name carries divine energy, structuring the seen and unseen worlds. To change the arrangement of letters is to manipulate reality itself. This is the foundation of practical Kabbalah, a mystical tradition of words, numbers, and divine names that unlock hidden forces in the universe. The Tetragrammaton, the name above all names. At the heart of Kabbalistic mysticism lies a name that cannot be spoken, the Tetragrammaton. Why is it so sacred? Because according to Kabbalah, this name is not just a label for God. It is the very structure of existence itself. Each letter represents a different aspect of divine manifestation. Yod, the spark of creation, the first impulse of divine will. He, the expansion of that will into existence. Vav, the bridge between the divine and the material world. He, the final realization of creation. Some Kabbalists teach that properly pronouncing this name could alter reality itself, which is why it was forbidden to say aloud. Only the high priest in the Temple of Jerusalem was permitted to utter it, and even then, only once a year, on Yom Kippur, in the Holy of Holies. When the temple was destroyed, the correct pronunciation was lost. Or was it? Some believe that the true pronunciation of the Tetragrammaton is a secret passed down through hidden Kabbalistic lineages. Others say that it is meant to remain unspoken, as its very sound could unravel the boundaries of reality. The 72 names of God.
Bro, if a sound could fucking do this, you know these cucks have been trying to do it. I'm gonna learn this sound.
These are not names in the conventional sense. They are combinations of letters derived from 3 verses in Exodus, describing the parting of the Red Sea. Each of these 72 three-letter sequences represents a specific force of divine power. Some are used for healing, others for protection, some for achieving wisdom, enlightenment, or divine intervention. Many of these names are found in Kabbalistic amulets, prayers, and mystical meditations. It is said that Moses himself used the 72 names to perform miracles, including splitting the Red Sea. Could this be the true hidden power of Kabbalah?
Oh yeah, there. Beauty, victory, majesty, the head, love. I forget what the bottom one is. Mercy's one, severity.
Ability to use divine words to shape reality?
Yeah, and then, like, why is this thing so... This is like an occult thing. This is like a famous thing. And it's literally abracadabra. 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 Abraca. Aber. Abrara. Abrac. Abraca. Abracad. Abracada. Abracadab. Abracadabra. Abracadabra. Abraxas. Yes.
Kabbalah teaches that the 22...
Oh, look, and then it spells it the same way that way. Zip. Interesting. Amazing.
2 letters of the Hebrew alphabet, Aleph Bet, are not human inventions. They are divine emanations. Each letter is a living entity, a channel of divine energy that resonates with a specific numerical frequency.
Okay.
For example, Aleph, the first letter...
Oh, yeah, and this is where gematria shit comes from, right?
Representing unity, the breath of God. Bet, duality, the beginning of creation. Gimel, motion, the principle of giving and receiving. This connection between letters, numbers, and spiritual forces led...
But, like, do they literally mean this shape? This shape? A little right angle is the building block of life? Where's the shape come from?
To the development of gematria.
Who's deciding what it stands for?
Kabbalistic system of numerology. In gematria, words that share the same numerical value are considered mystically linked, revealing hidden meanings in sacred texts. For example, the word chai, meaning life, has a numerical value of 18, which is why 18 is considered a sacred number in Jewish tradition. The word echad, meaning one, has the same numerical value as ahava, meaning love, symbolizing that oneness and love are fundamentally connected. Kabbalists believe that by meditating on these letters and numbers, one can tap into the divine structure of reality. Unlike theoretical Kabbalah, which focuses on philosophy and cosmology, practical Kabbalah...
But, like, meditating on them, like, thinking about the shape of them, or thinking about what they mean? Or, like, probably both, I guess, but...
is the application...
You have to be chewing Gentile baby while you say it. I mean, remember, dude, all these ancient things have been bastardized by the bastards running everything today, right? I do think that there is, like, I think that there's some, like, esoteric magic truth in this, like there is in all of these old things, right? You know, I try and think about, like, what they were trying to say before, like, losing all the context of all the shit that we know today, or, like, we think today, and the people who believe whatever, you know, because this is what they do, right? They don't make anything. They take stuff that already exists and invert it and cuck it, essentially.
Of mystical principles to...
And a lot of the esoteric stuff is all built on this. Tarot cards even are built on this. You know? So.
Bring about spiritual or material change. It involves divine name invocation, meditating...
I don't know if they're always baby chewing. But some of them certainly are now.
On or chanting the names of God for enlightenment or protection. A letter permutations, rearranging Hebrew letters to unlock new meanings or spiritual energies. In numerical transmutations, using gematria to discover hidden truths. Mystical prayer formulas, reciting specific verses with Kabbalistic intention. These practices were considered so powerful and at times so dangerous that many rabbinical authorities forbade their use, except by those with extensive training. It was believed that misuse of divine names could backfire, causing chaos, illness, or even spiritual destruction. Some even say that practical Kabbalah can be linked to early Jewish magical traditions, including the creation of golems, artificial beings brought to life through divine letters.
Bro, and that's what Sam Altman's doing right now with AI.
The use of
It is kind of a golem, right? Like, dude, they're making it literally out of clay. All computers are just minerals and sand. It's thinking sand. Bro, how did they make sand and crystals talk and think? Where are we?
Amulets inscribed with sacred names to protect against evil forces. The invocation of angelic names to receive guidance or supernatural abilities. The word as the bridge between worlds. To the Kabbalist, words are not merely sounds, they are vessels of divine energy. The right words, spoken with true intention, can elevate the soul, alter destiny, and bring divine light into the world. This is why Kabbalah remains one of the most mysterious and powerful mystical traditions in history. By understanding the secrets of sacred language, one does not just study Kabbalah, one begins to live it. Would you dare to speak the names of creation? What if I told you that before creation, nothing existed, not even existence itself? No space, no time, no separation between self and other. There was only Ein Sof, the infinite, boundless, unknowable divine presence. But if God is infinite, how could there ever be a space for creation to exist? This is one of the deepest questions in Kabbalah, and the answer lies in the doctrine of Tzimtzum, the divine contraction. Ein Sof, the infinite mystery before creation. Before the universe, there was no distinction between God and reality. There was only Ein Sof, literally, without end. This is not the God of classical religion, a figure seated on a throne, governing creation. Ein Sof is pure, limitless being, beyond form, beyond name, beyond even the ability to be understood. But if God is infinite, then God must fill all things. And if God fills all things, then where could creation exist? Kabbalists wrestled with this paradox for centuries. If nothing exists outside of God, then how could anything apart from God ever come into being? The answer, Tzimtzum, the great divine withdrawal. Tzimtzum, the birth of space and the illusion of separation. Isaac Luria, the great 16th century Kabbalist, proposed that before anything could be created, God had to contract himself. In an act of divine self-limitation, Ein Sof withdrew its presence from a central point, creating a vacant space where something other than God could come into being. But this is where Kabbalah takes a radically different approach from traditional theology. In most religious traditions, God creates the world. In Lurianic Kabbalah, God first removes himself to make space for the world to exist.
Yo, that's interesting. And that's another thing that always comes up in yoga that my teachers always talk about. In order to like harden or like lengthen something, you gotta give space somewhere else or like loosen up somewhere else, you know? It's always give and take, right? That's very interesting. The first thing is that he had to remove themselves, make space. Love that.
Theology. In most religious traditions, God creates the world. In Lurianic Kabbalah, God first removes himself to make space for the world to exist. This concept is revolutionary. Creation begins not with expansion, but with contraction. And yet, this contraction is only an illusion, because nothing can truly exist outside of God. The world, in a sense, is a shadow of divine absence, a space carved out of infinity where separation can appear to be real. The shattering of the vessels, when light became fragments. Once the space was created, God emanated divine light into it, a process known as Shevret HaKalim, the breaking of the vessels. Imagine it like this. First rays of divine light entered the newly formed empty space. 2. This light was meant to be contained in special vessels, structures that would hold divine energy and organize it into creation. 3. But something went terribly wrong. The light was too powerful. The vessels could not contain it. They shattered, scattering fragments of divine light throughout the void. This event is the cosmic catastrophe at the heart of existence. What we see as the material world is nothing more than the broken shards of divine vessels, each one containing a trapped spark of God's infinite light. Tikkun Olam, the cosmic repair. Why does this matter? Because according to Kabbalah, this is why suffering exists.
He said Tikkun Olam. That's what Carrie Evans' fucking username was when she was doing Operation Olive Branch shit. What does it mean?
Trapped spark of God's infinite life at the heart of existence. What we see as the material world is nothing more than the broken shards of divine vessels, each one containing a trapped spark of God's infinite light. Tikkun Olam, the cosmic repair. Why does this matter? Because according to Kabbalah, this is why suffering exists. This is why imperfection exists. This is why we feel disconnected from the divine. The world as we know it is a broken reality, a world built from the shattered remnants of divine creation. But the story does not end there.
But it's because a bunch of assholes are doing it.
Each fragment
It don't have to be like this. Why
of divine light remains hidden within physical existence. And here lies the great mission of humanity. Tikkun Olam, the repair of the world. To restore the scattered sparks, to reunite them with their divine source. Every act of kindness, every moment of wisdom, every gesture of true understanding lifts a spark from its exile. Kabbalists believe that through study, meditation, and righteous action, we are slowly restoring the divine order, piece by piece, light by light. This is not just a metaphor. Some Kabbalists taught that if all divine sparks were gathered, if all souls fulfilled their purpose, the world itself would be transformed. Creation would be complete. The illusion of separation would dissolve, and we would once again recognize that all things are one. The idea that the world is broken and must be restored is not unique to Kabbalah. It echoes across many mystical and esoteric traditions. In Gnosticism, the material world is seen as a prison of divine fragments, and the soul must awaken to its true divine origin. In alchemy, the world is seen as base matter that must be purified, leading to the creation of the philosopher's stone, a symbol of spiritual transformation. In Hinduism, the world is Maya, an illusion, and the path to liberation is recognizing the oneness of all things. In Christianity, there is the concept of the fall of man and the ultimate redemption of creation. These parallels suggest that the Kabbalistic vision of creation is not just a Jewish teaching, it is a universal mystical truth. What does this mean for those seeking wisdom today? It means that the world is not static. It is unfinished, and we are part of its completion. Every thought, every action, every moment of awareness is a chance to elevate reality itself.
What's this artist's name? Is it Alex Gray, the guy who does all these cool-ass psychedelic drawings?
But there's an even deeper realization hidden within Tzimtzum and the shattered vessels. If all things contain divine light, then even the darkest places, the most broken aspects of life, hold a spark of divinity. Suffering is not meaningless. It is a concealed light waiting to be uncovered. Evil is not an independent force. It is a distortion, a vessel that has fallen into exile. Redemption is not just a religious concept. It is the metaphysical process of reuniting the world with its source. This is the mystical truth that lies at the heart of Kabbalah. The world is broken, but it is not beyond repair. And we, consciously or not, are the ones who mend it. The question is, will we awaken to that responsibility? In Kabbalah, the human soul is multidimensional. It is divided into three main levels. Nefesh, the lower, instinctual soul, linked to survival. Ruach, the middle soul, the seat of a...
And all this shit kind of, like, these are just chakras, it sounds like. You know what I mean? Like, everyone's all dancing around the same shit, and no one's talking to each other.
Emotions and morality. Neshama, the higher soul, the divine spark within us. Beyond these, some Kabbalists speak of Chaya and Yekada, the deepest layers of divine consciousness. The goal of the Kabbalist is to refine the soul, ascending from Nefesh to Neshama, ultimately seeking union with the divine. Kabbalah didn't remain within Judaism. It influenced alchemy, Freemasonry, the Rosicrucians, and even the Golden Dawn.
Yeah.
Figures like Johannes Reuchlin, Pico della Mirandola, and Eliphas Levi adapted Kabbalah into Christian and Hermetic traditions. Its symbolism even appears in tarot. Many believe the major arcana correspond to the 22 paths of the Tree of Life. In modern times, Kabbalah has influenced everything from depth psychology to quantum mysticism. The endless depth of Kabbalah, a map without an end. Kabbalah is sometimes compared to the ocean, vast, unfathomable, stretching beyond what the mind can grasp. But there's another metaphor, one that may be even more fitting. Imagine standing before a great and endless library, filled with books written in fire and shadow, pages containing the structure of the universe itself. At first, you think you are reading the books, but soon you realize the books are reading you. This is what it means to study Kabbalah. The deeper you
I do not like this kind of skin. Sorry.
go, the more you see that reality itself is a
wart skin
text, a divine inscription waiting to be decoded. Kabbalah teaches that the Torah is not just a historical document, but a living, breathing intelligence, written in a language that shapes existence itself. If that is true, then the world itself is a book, and we are characters within it, seeking to understand the meaning of the story we are living. But here's the paradox. The deeper we read, the more we realize the pages never end. Some traditions claim that to truly know Kabbalah, one must not just study it, but live it. Kabbalah is not about simply understanding concepts. It is about being transformed by them. It is about feeling the tension between infinity and limitation, between light and darkness, between divine unity and the illusion of separation. Every question leads to more questions. Every revelation opens a new mystery. This is why, traditionally, Kabbalah was taught only to those who had spent years mastering the Torah. Because true seekers know that knowledge is not just about acquiring information, but about experiencing transformation. Perhaps this is why some Kabbalists believe that certain teachings should only be revealed in whispers, passed from master to student in hidden chambers, away from the eyes of the unready. Because Kabbalah is not just a study of the mysteries. It is a confrontation with them. It is a journey that can break you down and rebuild you, revealing aspects of yourself that you may not be prepared to see. And yet, the question remains, is Kabbalah merely a philosophy? Or is it something greater? A blueprint left behind by the architect of reality, encoded into scripture, numbers, and names, waiting for those with the will to unravel its secrets? I leave that for you to decide. This video is only an introduction. The true journey begins now. If you want deeper explorations into Kabbalistic teachings, if you want to unlock the mysteries of the Sphirot, the divine names, the hidden dimensions of the soul, let me know in the comments. And remember, this is just the beginning. The deeper we go, the more the veil of reality begins to thin. So if you're ready to step further into the hidden truths of the universe, subscribe to De Occulta Philosophia. There is still so much left to unveil. Are you ready to continue the search?
Nice, bro. Here, let's watch an Alex Gray video.
My name is Alex Gray, and I'm a painter and a mystic. I try to find the core truths in all the different wisdom traditions and bring them into a contemporary sacred art. My paintings start with a vision. How does one see a vision? There are certain moments that seem to crystallize some kind of teaching or truth that then I attempt to bring into form. Just as I imagine musicians hear music constantly in their heads, painters see visions. The painting Gaia was based on a vision that I had the day that our daughter Xena was born. And it was both a hopeful and terrifying vision. It was painted in 1989 and published subsequently in a book, 1990. And after 9/11...
How does he... Oh, fuck yeah. Alex Gray's already talking about 9/11. How does he paint these? Are these... Is this like paint or colored pencil? They're not digital, are they?
Some people sent me a picture of a portion of this painting that I had forgotten completely about, but it had 2 airplanes and the Twin Towers and a fellow that looked ominously like George Bush, surrounded by a dick and what could be a terrorist. The visions that I've had led me to interpret reality as having a sacred dimension. There can be a higher possibility that art can reach for, because art seems like it's intended for communication. It's a form of language. The painting Theologue was based on a profound meditation experience that I had, where I was staring into deep space and the electrical perspective grid that seemed to span infinitely in all directions. It gave me an insight into our minds, in that that's what we do all the time. We're projecting the space that we're surrounded by. There is no out there. It's an experience of the consciousness that we create with our brains and minds. Every culture creates certain insights that are embedded into its artworks. And these are shared with the next generation and the next generation. This is the Sacred Mirror series. There's 21 paintings. They go through the body, mind, and spirit of an individual. There's the possibility that art can plant a seed for our future liberation. So in the context of the Sacred Mirrors, it's asking us to, yes, we notice our differences, but can we see ourselves reflected in others as well? I heard a voice tell me that the Chapel of Sacred Mirrors is a womb for the gestation of the awakening human spirit. The portrait of the Buddha is really a mirror of your own enlightenment. And so in that way, it's looking at human potential. And because I am aiming at a sacred dimension, I'm wanting the person to be able to mirror their own sacred dimension through viewing the artwork.
Damn, dude. Yeah, Alex Gray's incredible.
How art evolves consciousness. This painting.
Remember when TED Talks were all the rave, dude?
Body, mind, spirit.
Is it all the rave or all the rage?
Shows the trajectory of the evolution of human consciousness through the physical to the mental to the transcendental. The subject of mortality, whether our consciousness survives bodily death, is a question that haunts us all. This is the first drawing that I did of a skeleton, age 5. And we can see it's a time when the child's filled with magical thinking, and here we have a power animal on the shoulder of the skeleton, a happy gravestone, a little coffin. 5 years later, at age 10, I did another depiction of death, but here in a more archetypal and mythological kind of portrayal of the Grim Reaper. At age 17, I was in art school, and I was still drawing the same subject of a skeleton, but now from a more rational perspective, and I was naming all the bones and everything. More discipline and skill. Now, at age 20, I had a dream where I saw my hair half shaved like this, and so I decided to enact a performance ritual where I'd keep my hair half shaved for half a year. And I did some performances. I was a billboard painter at the time, and I placed this self-portrait in a dead board. And then I did a self-portrait, put it in an ad slot on the subway, and rode underneath it. It was called Private Subway. Now, I handed out leaflets with my face on it and invited people to call me for dinner or throw it down and step on my face, and kind of a polarity situation. Now, after 6 months, I did a piece called Brain Sack, and this was how I ended the 6 months. So I ate a plate of spaghetti, and then I cut my hair onto the plate. I placed the brain onto the hair, took the universal antidote, syrup of ipecac, and vomited the spaghetti up onto the brain. I put it all in a sack, and that was brain sack. I was severely depressed, if you hadn't noticed. And I prayed to a God I did not believe existed to show me a sign that there's a reason to go on living. And within 24 hours, I was invited to a party where I was given LSD for the first time. And I closed my eyes, and I was in a pearlescent spiralic tunnel. I was in the dark and going toward the light, and the light was God. Every conflict and polarity was resolved in this spiritual rebirth canal, and I could see that gray brought the opposites together. And so I decided that would be my mission as an artist, to bring the opposites together, and I changed my name to Gray. Now, the hostess of the party, an acquaintance I barely knew in art school, had also taken the LSD, and by the next day, she was the love of my life. And so Allison and I have been together, married, for studio mates for 38 years. Within 24 hours of my prayer, I had seen the light and met divine love in the flesh. My prayer had been answered. I got a job in a morgue.
What the fuck?
To study the anatomy. I wanted to make art about consciousness, and the body is the box that consciousness comes in. So I knew I'd have to understand it. I spent 5 years studying there, preparing bodies for dissection, and doing some dissection, and it was kind of an underworld experience, really. In retrospect, I look back, and it really helped to orient me to appreciating the preciousness of body and soul. Meditations on Mortality was a performance that Alice and I did, Sarah Lawrence actually. She was in white grease paint, I was in black grease paint, and meditating on a skeleton there. At the conclusion of the performance, we stepped outside of the circle of duality and sensuously merged our pigments and became gray. This is called The Beast. And I was dressed in a military uniform, and as people came into the room, I stamped their hands with the number of the beast. I was acknowledging what I felt to be the evil of the military-industrial complex and acknowledging my complicity with a death machine. As part of the installation, there was a nuclear crucifixion painting, about a 10-foot wide painting. It felt like the same ignorance and brutality that would murder a saint would be responsible for the kind of global self-destruction. Wasteland. Mr. and Mrs. X were on their way to dinner when they were surprised by a nuclear blast. They arrived at a dinner table in hell to feast on money. So that's what we did. We ate the money and drank the blood and vomited it up onto the table.
Oh my God, Alex Gray, gross, but pretty base. What's with the vomit, Alex?
It's kind of like shock therapy to activate us and wake us up to it. This piece called Prayer Wheel, and Allison and I were in gold grease paint and tethered to a skeleton and carrying a baby doll. And we did 60 rotations around the prayer wheel, chanting the Om Mani Padme Hum. A living cross. Allison and I were laying motionless and surrounded in a cross of apples and roses, and staring up at the
Dude, this all looks pretty badass.
Angel of Death. Allison nursed our daughter Xena in the heart of a goddess made of 5,500 apples, as I did 100 prostrations at the foot of the goddess.
Nice.
It was at Lincoln Center, out of doors. And after the performance, we boxed up the apples and gave them to a shelter for homeless families. This piece was HeartNet, and it was at the American Visionary Art Museum. There's a world map on the back, and it was up for a year, and we invited visitors to the museum to write a prayer for the earth, and about 10,000 prayers were hanging on the web there. It was really a beautiful outpouring from the community, and a new vision of the world. Allison and Xena and I participated in or created an event called World Spirit, where we collaborated with musicians and other performers, and really the attempt was to create an experience of unity and healing. And there were about 1,000 people there in the Bay Area to experience that. Now, the same motivation went into creating this series called The Sacred Mirrors. And The Sacred Mirrors started with a performance called Life Energy. And Allison and I met with a group of people, and were doing exercises to get in touch with our life energy. And I made 2 charts for this performance. One was a nervous system, and the other was a kind of subtle energy map. And Allison noticed how people were really enjoying this experience there in the gallery. So she suggested that I do an entire series based on this idea. And that was the birth of the Sacred Mirrors. She also named the Sacred Mirrors. So you can see that there we have the framed, finished example there. And here's Allison and I doing the frames in our basement back in 1985. And we sculpted them and cast them, 21 of them, in our basement. It provides a philosophical framework for the biological and technological evolution of humanity and ascending toward God consciousness. When you experience the Sacred Mirrors, you get in touch with each one of these paintings and kind of meditate on it and feel the system inside. So you feel the inner systems, and then you contemplate your various sympathies and prejudices, I suppose, and attempt to relate to the other person as a sacred mirror. And then it gets into the subtle energetic realm. And this is the psychic energy system, where we have the X-ray anatomy fused with the acupuncture meridians and points, the chakras, the auras, and all floating in a kind of pranic psychoenergetic soup there. And this spiritual energy system shows the progressive dissolving of the physical identity into the light body. The universal mind lattice. This is an attempt to...
We're probably going to wrap up after this. Although there is that Burt Crunchler that I did have my eye on. It's also 20 minutes, but I want to see this.
Portray an experience that Allison and I had back on June 3rd, 1976, where he'd taken a massive dose of LSD.
Dude, I love how involved, like, it seems like his wife has been there for, like, every step of his art career together.
And entered into an infinite vista of toroidal fountains and drains of light. And it seemed like every being in the universe was one of these balls of light, kind of like a cell in the body of God. It seemed like this was what was really real behind the veil of the material world. It was all made of love. The light was love, and it connected us all. The divine archetypes, Buddha, Christ, Sophia, they're sacred mirrors of our future enlightenment. After the universal mind lattice experience, Allison and I just wanted to make art about sacred interconnectedness. So here we have praying painting, and it points to the light in the core of all wisdom traditions. And here we see in the halo the expressions, the prayers of 7 different world wisdom traditions. Kissing shows the infinite bonds of love that unite us beyond the impermanence of the flesh.
Dude, this shit is cool as fuck.
Points to a hopeful future where there's a planetary civilization, one world, one people. Yes, this is the Holy Child grown up, and it's really any one of us that carries world spirit in our hearts and feels in alignment with the heavens and wants to share our revelations.
Damn, Alex spitting, bro.
This is Gaia. It was based on a vision that I had the day our daughter was born. Our world is in peril, and we have a decision: evolution or self-destruction. Planetary prayers. With the earth held as sacred in our minds, we pray. We pray for the healing of the life web. Theologue. The union of human and divine consciousness weaving the fabric of space and time in which the self and its surroundings are embedded. The artist's hand holds a spiritual tool of evolutionary vision, and every creative act empowers every other creative act. We can look at the magic, mythic, rational, integral, and transcendental thrust of art history and see the entire arc of the evolutionary consciousness going on when we look back through our history. You know, the painter channels the creative force into the artifact, and this artifact then becomes a battery to ready to zap a viewer into a new way of seeing the world. And returning to the subject of mortality, here we have the painting Dying, where an ectoplasmic wisp of the soul is leaving the body and going toward the white light. And you can see now from my past this magic, mythic, rational, integral, and transcendental reflections on the same subject. Oversoul. Planetary consciousness becomes cosmic consciousness through human consciousness. One. When we gaze into the eyes of the beloved, we're staring into a sacred mirror, and we recognize our oneness. The Net of Being was based on an ayahuasca experience, and it was a vista of interconnected Godheads, each one of them a node of, an anthropocosmic node of awareness. And this is the God self, one node. You know, we're each one node of an infinitely interconnected self, a networked self. Now, an image can become part of the culture, and the rock band Tool used this image of the Net of Being on their Grammy Award-winning album, 10,000 Days. And they also used it in their stage sets. And the image became a kind of icon of the interconnectedness between music and art. There's our daughter Zena wearing a Net of Being dress. And you can see Net of Being tattoos all over the world.
He got his butt cheeks. Look at that. That's awesome. That is a sick tattoo. That's a big boy.
Now, Ken Wilber's integral map of the 4 quadrants can help us understand how art evolves consciousness. In the upper left quadrant, we have the origin of art in the inner world of the artist or the individual. And the upper right quadrant, we have the individual making the artifact. In the third quadrant, in the lower right, we have the systems of integration of that artwork into the world. And then in the fourth quadrant, in the lower left, we have the inner world of the collective, and that's our culture, the zeitgeist. It's the interpretation of that artifact. So once we understand things in a new way, it creates a new world. And then a person will have a vision within that new world, and the grand round of art continues.
Yeah. Exactly, dude. Ripples affecting ripples, dog.
Painting is our ministry, and we go all over the world to festivals. The festival culture wages peace in the world by creating a temporary zone of planetary civilization based on art, music, and love. The Chapel of Sacred Mirrors was based on a vision that Allison and I had back in 1985. And it finally came to fruition in 2004. We opened our doors in New York City, in Chelsea, and for 5 years it was a nexus for visionary culture in Manhattan. In 2009, we moved up to the Hudson Valley to build a temple. And this is an experiment in art and spirit and community. We've been collaborating with various visionary artists. There's a groundswell of visionary artists all over the world, and our collaborations together are really something to celebrate. Now, this is our current project, and it's called Entheon. Entheon means a place to discover the God within. It'll be a sanctuary of visionary art at COSM. Visionary art matters because the visionary mystical experience is the most direct contact that we have with the divine. And all sacred art and religious traditions are founded on this mystic state. Now, the best currently available technology for sharing the mystic visionary experience is a well-crafted artistic rendering by an eyewitness. Creativity is our spiritual path at COSM. And Entheon, we want to be a consciousness evolutionary accelerator for spiritual friends to experience their unity and with the human family and with the imperiled life web. It's being 3D modeled, and it's going to be 3D printed, a new way of making ornamental sculptural architecture. The multi faces of God each have...
Man, I miss when shit was built in stone, though, you know?
...a world religion in their forehead. So this is the many and the one. This is the steeplehead pointing us toward the one. Cosmic creativity. Art is an echo of the creative force that birthed the galaxies. And creativity is the way that the cosmos evolves and communicates with itself. The great uplifting of humanity beyond its self-destruction is the redemptive mission of art. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, that was cool. We'll have to watch some more Alex Gray shit. All right, you guys want to get some fucking slop before the weekend? It's either slop or end stream. Y'all's choice. Dude, yeah, let's go to the Antheon. That'd be sweet. Where is it? It's upstate? In the Hudson Valley?
Close my eyes and wake up easy. I sleep, close my eyes and wake up easy every night 10 hours later. If I allow myself to go back to sleep, I sleep 12 hours. My scores are in the green.
Did we get banned? Oh man, I think YouTube got fucked. Dude, fuck TED Talks. It didn't end stream yet. It just says temporarily blocked. All right, they'll be back in a second. Dude, thank God YouTube's gone, right? Fuck those cucks. Yeah, dude. You know who's trash? All the YouTubers. We fucking hate them, dude. They're so lame. We should watch our slop without them. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Almost every night.
We're not missing shit over there. I don't even know who the fuck's over there. We don't even care, right?
My Whoop.
Can't even
my
think
Whoop
about
powers.
Can't
I've
even
lowered
think of
my
one of them.
biological.
YouTubers? What YouTubers? What's all this gibberish over here? Here, let me get this off the screen. No need for this anymore. Zippity doo zippity my oh my. Wait, I gotta wait till they come back so I can do it. What? I'll do it when they're back. I'm here now. Oh, no YouTubers are allowed over here. This is a Twitch personal stream, okay? This is for the OG Ride or Dies. My, oh my, what a wonderful day without the YouTubers. Plenty of sunshine without the YouTubers. And we don't even need this part of chat. Mr. Bluebird's on my shoulder. He said, you don't need those YouTubers. Oh, shit. Oh, never mind. Oh, man, we were just saying how much we miss the YouTube side, but thank God they're coming right back. Some people over here were wilding out being like, I don't even care that the YouTube is gone. We don't even know who they were, dude. But we're so back, boys. Welcome back. Welcome back, YouTube side. What up, guys? We weren't moving on without you. No, we kid. Guess what? TED Talks. Isn't that so funny? We literally we saw literally the whole video. We got it. What a bunch of cucks, dude. You're singing for Twitch? Why I oughta. Yeah, singing songs about how much we missed you guys. All right, here we go.
Age.
Here's your slop dessert before bed. This is, what's a sloppy dessert? It's got to be a sloppy dessert that's like not, it's like you eat it, but then after you eat it, you're like, I shouldn't eat that. Think about it. I'm going to go 10-1 and get my last boot.
The age, I've
sounds like
2 years.
the most manic fucking rant that I've ever.
Banana split? No, I think banana split, I could house like 6 banana splits. I feel like the banana and the pineapple and the strawberry and the cherry, it really balances out the ice cream. Gives it a nice rice pudding. Oh, man. Dude, there's that place in Manhattan, Rice to Riches. I'm a sucker for that place. I haven't had it in forever, and it's so expensive, but it's so good. Bread pudding? What the hell is a shower orange? Kind of like, yeah, I guess like Little Caesars. No, because Little Caesars goes hard too.
Dude,
I'll think about it while I go pee.
I've never
You need
felt
to check into a mental health facility.
This is what sobriety does to people, Tom. It makes them crazy, and they start believing their own Kool-Aid they're drinking.
There, Bert Kreischer, Comedy Central special, Travel Channel, Bert the Conqueror trip. You're in the files. This is
Am
the
I
site.
really in the Epstein files?
Yeah, you're in the Epstein files. You are, man. I thought you'd be super on top of that.
You know that I would have clearly befriended Jeffrey Epstein if he had reached out. If he had reached out, I would have.
If he'd been like, do you want to get on my plane? You'd be like, yeah.
Two Bears, One Cave is back, and somehow it's even worse than when they left. After taking several weeks off with no episodes, no explanation, and absolutely zero regard for anyone who still watches this show, Bert Kreischer has returned with the energy of a man who just discovered what it feels like to be a functioning human being for the first time in 2 decades. He's been sober for a couple of months now, not by choice, obviously. His blood clots made that decision for him, and in the space of a few weeks, he's gone from insufferable drunk to washed up rock star who won't shut up about how amazing sobriety is. It's actually affecting his ability to tell the machine story, believe it or not. But that's not even the worst part, because in this episode, Bert basically reveals that his marriage is falling apart. Leanne won't sleep with him. We knew she moved him out of the bedroom, but now she stopped cooking for him entirely, and a few other sketchy things, which is a lot to unpack for a podcast that's supposed to be about 2 comedians shooting the shit. Oh, and Bert's in the Epstein files, which led to one of the most unhinged conversations I've seen on this show for a while, and that's saying a lot. We'll get to that in a moment, because before we jump in, if you haven't already, make sure you check out the link in the description to my Patreon, where you can watch my latest long-form deep dives on The Curse of Shane Gillis and The Problem with Adam Ray. There's a whole bunch of other stuff on there, so you don't want to miss out. I'm posting long videos on Patreon at least once a week, so now is the time to get in if you've been holding off. For now, let's get into...
Wait, how long did Brent Krenchler say that he's been sober for? What, like 12 hours or something? Yeah, dude, rice pudding is so fire. Oh my god. H called YouTube a bunch of feds. Oh, dirt and worms. That was, dude, when was the last time you've had that? Man, that's worth having a kid, like, just for that perk of, like, getting dirt. I guess you could just probably make the dirt and worms, you know. You don't have to have a kid in order to have a banquet or something that has dirt and worms. Where else was dirt and worms? I feel like it was only at school things. I bet it was at church stuff, too. It was always at Boy Scout stuff, for sure. Little Caesars Square Pizza is fantastic. Dude, you know what? Little Caesars Crazy Bread, the sauce, I don't know about it recently. I haven't had Little C's in a while. But I think the sauce for the Crazy Bread goes harder than anyone else's marinara sauce. I fuck with Little Caesars. Hell yeah. I don't really have one close to me, though.
Because
if it's too late to get pizza at my local place, Domino's be open till 3 in the morning, boys.
Yet again, Bert's claiming to be in the best shape he's ever been in for 22 years.
I am in the best shape I've ever been in. I'm in.
He does look a little deflated from the last time that we checked in on him, right? I'm not going to say healthier, but I feel like he's less round. He's more... Yeah. He is still very red. Look at how red his face is and how white his hand is. It looks like he's doing red Trump makeup.
Physically best ever been in. I've never felt lighter on my feet.
Well, maybe because you're...
Yeah, you can't just make dirt and worms without having a kid. Yeah, I know, that sucks. Okay, you're right. Fuck, I wish there was a recipe. All these moms are fucking gatekeeping the dirt and worm recipe, and it only unlocks once you have a kid.
One of the lightest you've been in years?
Oh, wow. In probably 22 years.
What?
Yeah.
He's ozemped out, bro.
Wait, how much do you weigh?
I don't talk about weight now. I've changed my digital footprint, Tom. I don't show my workouts. I don't talk about weight. I don't post pictures of how fucking amazing I look. I just do the work, Tom.
Cool. How much do you weigh?
Let's just say 220s.
You're in your 220s right now.
Yeah.
And you were 270?
275.
So you've lost like over 50 pounds?
Oh, yeah.
He goes,
here's the
Tom, I don't talk about weights right now, but I've lost 60 pounds. Exactly 63.7 pounds.
Other thing, I'm sleeping 10 to 12 hours a night.
10 to 12 hours a night.
Brother.
Tom, and I want to just preface this with I am disgusted by sobriety talk. That's all that's in my feed. That's all that comes my way is some broken toy telling me how to live my life. Some ex-whore from Philly telling me how to optimize my
What is going on?
Life and telling me about BP.
If Bert is 220, I'm 300.
You see 157 and testosterone. You're so late to the game.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure about a 220. He goes, it's in the 220s. Plus what? Plus 40?
So I don't like talking about like sobriety and everything, but but I obviously with the blood clot I can't drink, and then I haven't leaned into weed yet.
Oh my God, he's got a blood clot, dude. Bert, why does this podcast have to exist? Excuse me, sorry. Who's watching this? Do they have real fans, or is it just people who hate watch it like me?
Because I haven't really.
And y'all by proxy, because I don't give you a choice.
I never really like.
You always have the choice.
I didn't turn a corner on like the enjoying the sobriety until too late.
Yeah.
So I didn't want to go right into weed to like try to find happiness.
Bro, did he get sent to a rehab?
Happiness immediately, and I've been now for a couple months not doing anything. Dude, I sleep like crazy.
Bro, is this like his comeback to try and get back to in Joe Rogina's good graces? Or wait, does Joe hate him because he's fat, or does he hate him because he just talks about himself? Does he hate him because he's the reason that they don't do the what did they call it? Sober October bullshit? Is this just him proving that he can get sober again so he can be part of Joe Rogan's team? Dude, Joe Rogan scorning this man broke him.
The ongoing narrative that whenever Bert tastes sobriety for 5 minutes, he suddenly can't believe how much better his life is so fucking predictable with this guy. I don't talk about weight now. I've changed my digital footprint. Bro, your digital footprint is a trail of shirtless selfies and shit stains. You haven't changed anything. But look, when Bert first came out with his blood clot story, I said it was a blessing in disguise for him. Forcing this man to stop poisoning himself was the best thing that could have happened. The problem is, it's not gonna last.
Yo, leave Bert alone. One can dream, okay? Bert and Josh Block are going to get sober for real this summer, guys.
You can already tell he's hanging for that first drink, and the second he has it, he's falling straight off the wagon. And then the sobriety talk. I'm disgusted by sobriety talk. Some broken toy telling me how to live my life. Bro, you are the broken toy. You've been...
Bro, he literally said some broken hooer. He dropped the hard hooer.
The broken toy for years. You're literally
you're at your peak when discussing Burnt Crunchler.
sitting there doing the exact...
Bro, I gotta end stream forever, permanently. We can never talk about Brent again.
Thing you're complaining about.
This is not the peak, dude. Come on. No, that's fine. This is the peak. This is me at my core.
Jesus Christ.
Why the bear? Ugh, I don't like... His toes seem really... Like, this is coming from a guy with freaky long fingers. His foot looks freaky long, right? Like... Is he just doing it to rage bait? And, dude, the whole time you're not, like, worried that the bottoms of your feet are dirty or something? This is crazy. Like, why? His big toe looks like 3 inches long.
And Tom, I don't move in bed. I stopped snoring. I don't snore anymore.
I'm sure, buddy.
Leanne and I have separate bedrooms. She's gone. It's just me in the house. We have separate bedrooms now. I mean, I have amazing dreams.
Dude, is he divorced? Wait. She's gone. We have separate bedrooms now.
I remember all
Dude, honestly though, separate bedrooms, that's probably smart.
dreams when I wake up, I have a cup of coffee, I journal, I go into the gym, I work out. The only thing that sucks is like the witching hour when you'd want to have a drink. Oh, it starts around noon and goes until no, it's like when, like today it'll be at like 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock when the sun starts setting.
Yeah.
And on the road, it's right when I tell the machines.
They are in the same house? Okay, good. I don't want Brent to... Dude, can you imagine the divorced Brent Crunchler arc? I can't. I fucking can't deal with that. Absolutely never. Yeah, there's way too many shoes off podcasts, bro. I'm serious. It's messy. It's disgusting. I hate it. Don't be putting... I shouldn't be peeping your little... your little tootsies. Unless I'm on onlyfeet.com. I shouldn't be getting jump scared by Brent Crunchler's little toots.
Story. Like when I on tour, right when I tell the machine story, I'm like, I look to my drinks and I go, oh, I would love a little right now.
A little.
So he's already counting down the days until he can drink again. July 12th, apparently, that's the magic number. So all of this, the weight loss, the sleeping, the journaling, the I've never felt better bullshit is basically a countdown to his next binge. And did you catch how casually he dropped that him and Leanne have separate bedrooms now? She's gone, it's just me in the house. He said that like it was a positive development.
Dude. Did she move into the pool house? Is she Ryan Atwood right now?
Development in his relationship, like he's living his best life. Bro, your wife kicked you out. That's not a flex. He also mentions these
Wait, is that true?
Negotiables later on, which I'll get to. But my take is
how much lore have we missed? What the fuck is going on in Brent's life?
Pretty simple. These aren't hypotheticals that Bert came up with for a fun podcast segment. These are real things that Leanne has been saying to him, and he's too afraid to admit it. So he's framing them as a thought experiment to test on Tom. But I'll get to that because it's actually kind of sad.
You know what I thought today, Tom? And I think me and you are the only ones, not the only ones, other people have been injured. But do you remember when you injured yourself and then you were like kind of going like timid on bench press and timid on squats? Mm-hmm. And then one day you didn't think about it and you just went for squats. That's what I'm going to do with weed.
One day you're just going to eat a bag of weed.
When I'm not thinking about it. And then I can't drink until, not counting, but July 12th. And And so July 12th, I don't know if I'll drink that day or maybe like a month before, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. What's up with this Tarantino, Rosanna Arquette N-word thing?
Wow, Tom isn't even trying to hide how bored he is anymore. Bert's
Dude, he really, that's true, man. He's fucking, why don't they just end the stream? Who's watching this shit?
Yeah. What's up with this Tarantino, Rosanna Arquette?
So July 12th, I don't know if I'll drink that day or
all Brent does talk about is himself. It's kind of crazy.
maybe like a month before, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. What's up with this Tarantino, Rosanna Arquette N-word thing?
Wow, Tom isn't even trying to hide how bored he is anymore. Bert's in the middle of his grand sobriety monologue, and Tom just completely changes the subject. He's
like, hey, have you ever heard of the Ladybird Lake murderer? It's not me, but have you heard of it?
Really looked around the room for help from his producers, like, someone throw me a lifeline here. I can't listen to this guy talk about his Whoop scores for another second. But Bert brings it right back because he just cannot believe how good it feels to simply be a normal functioning person. His daughter Isla came out to one of his shows, and the first thing she said was, "You have fingers." She's never seen her dad without sausage for hands. That's actually kind of sweet in a deeply depressing and disturbing way. And for a moment there, you could see a flicker of hope from Isla. She was like, "I'm going to give you 2 days this year that you can drink."
Remember when Brent Krenchler said on a podcast, a golf podcast, he said, "My daughters aren't even hot." Bro, he said that on Peter Thiel's internet. My daughters aren't even hot.
She finally sees her dad looking healthy. She's excited.
Bro, you know what the real hate watch move would be is I think I gotta watch his YouTube or his it should be a YouTube show, his Netflix show. You know he has a whole ass TV show, right? Like, how does this man keep winning? If not for the CIA, who else would try and make us this dumb? This is CIA all day. Oh, Brent Krenchler.
Setting boundaries for him.
We love him. We love him.
To keep it going, and Bert immediately shuts her down.
What's crazy, Tom, is I'm the lightest I've ever been in 22 years. I saw Isla the other night.
Yeah.
Isla came out to one of my shows,
Mm-hmm.
and she was like, first thing she said when she saw me is, "You have fingers." I said, "What?" She goes, "You've had sausages your whole life. You have like, I can see your bones and your fingers." She goes, "What do your ankles look like?" Isla said to me, "I'm going to give you 2 days this year that you can drink, 2 days. And that's it." And I went, "Really?" She goes, "Yeah." She goes, "You look incredible." She's like, "I've never seen you like this."
That's great, man. Don't you feel good?
Yeah. And then, and then I was like, "You're out of your fucking mind. I see you 7 days a year. You think I'm going to cut it down to just 2? Fucking party my dick off.
You got to get off the sauce, right?
No. I don't like what's happening in society with kids getting away from alcohol. I don't
No. I meant the Manjaro.
Oh yeah. I
mean, if you want to let it rip, you can't do it on that, right?
Well, I haven't had a taste for it since I quit drinking, but I think
what's Manjaro?
That's part of pair and parcel and pair. What is it?
What?
Part and parcel.
Part and parcel.
Part and parcel. What was that? Annie, will you Google that?
Is Brent having a stroke right now? What is going on?
Part and parcel. Trying to use big.
You know what? I worry that this is me often. It's like staring into my shadow mirror, you know?
Your words.
Jesus, Bert just went full Brendan Schaub with that idiom. The CTE is contagious at this point. But here's the thing that really got me. Bert's worried about kids in society.
Is that shit Maduro or whatever the fuck he's taking? It's like Ozempic? Yeah. So, wait, is that the only reason why he's not drinking is because he's on skinny drugs? Oh my God. Put him and Alex Jones in the same room, bro. Oh, that would be incredible. I would pay a lot of money for that. Well, I would just hope that they would just put it on YouTube. I'd pay like $15 for that.
Society moving away from alcohol. Let that sink in for a second. This man.
Yeah, wait, that slipped away from me for a second. You don't like kids staying away from alcohol? We see you, Brent.
Who nearly died from blood clots caused by decades of alcohol abuse, is genuinely concerned that the next...
Oh, no, that's why he's not doing alcohol. Yeah, him sober and Alex drunk sounds like a literal nightmare. Dude, that would be the worst thing ever. He's like, I'm all up inside Joe Rogan's mangina. And Brent's still just talking about his weight loss journey. They're both not listening to each other, talking simultaneously.
Generation might not destroy their bodies the same way he's doing. He wants to enable an entire generation of young guys just to make himself feel better about being a drunken loser. That is the most Bert Kreischer thing I've heard in a while. Well, apart from his touring bus literally burning to the ground. Sometimes God sends us these seemingly brilliant metaphors.
Oh man. Dude, this really is a perfectly placed metaphor. How did this happen?
But this is what kills me about all of this. For years, Bert's been pumping him.
That's the Brent I know.
Self full of Manjaro, testosterone, peptides, God knows what else. He counted recently how many medications he takes a day, and the number was insane. It was like 15 or 16. This whole time, all he had to do was just stop drinking. That's it. That was the answer all along.
True.
It's actually crazy that he had doctors enabling him to take all that shit while he was still living the most unhealthy lifestyle imaginable. Just write him another script and send him on his way. Nobody thought to say, hey, Bert, maybe try not drinking.
Why does alcohol puff you up? Is it just because you're just drinking like bread? Or is it like doing something weird to your skin?
8 doubles every day before we put you on testosterone replacement therapy. But it gets worse, as always, because what Bert doesn't seem to realize is that he's...
Okay, Brent actually does look pretty decent. I'm going to give it to him. But... And the redness is down, I'm going to say, for
entire
sure.
marriage has basically fallen apart since his young daughter moved off to college, and it's just him and Leanne in the house now. This next part is...
Oh, it's just... None of the kids are there? Oh, yeah, this is over. Dude, oh no, we're about to enter the worst Brent Krenschler era of all time. Depressed Brent, bro? I can't do that. We'll have to bow out of that.
Is kind of rough. I actually started to feel
Bro,
sorry.
I could see Brent Krenschler doing like a suicide bombing type thing. Like killing some wokies or something. He'd be... What would he do? I'm not sure yet, but I'll think about it. We'll figure it out.
Bro genuinely doesn't see what's happening right in front of him.
So, 2 things have happened in my life that are non-negotiables, okay? Part and parcel. Leanne.
Does that phrase mean that? Refers to an essential, integral, or unavoidable component of a larger whole.
Moved me out of her room into my own room, and Leanne stopped cooking.
Dude, it's over. It's over. She said, I've done my time. Oh, no. Dude, it's bad.
It's kind of rough. I actually started to feel sorry for him here. Bro genuinely doesn't see what's happening right in front of him.
So, 2 things have happened in my life that are non-negotiables, okay? Part and parcel. Leanne moved me out of her room into my own room, and Leanne stopped cooking. Non-negotiable.
These are great things?
No.
Oh.
The cooking was a non-negotiable. She said she's done cooking. She'll never want to cook again. She's never liked cooking. She'll cook when she wants to, but don't ever plan on her cooking me a meal. If she's making herself something, it's just for her. It's not for both of us.
Okay, got it.
She said that. And then she said, non-negotiable, I need to move into my own room. She's not sleeping at night. It's keeping her, I snore, it keeps her up. I need to be in my own room. She needs her own room.
He said she moved me out of her room.
Anyway, those are the two non-negotiables. And I was cool with it. And then I started thinking, what are your non-negotiables? As in, what would you actually say no to? Well, like if Push said, oh, we'll never have sex again. Then you go, well, that's a non-negotiable.
Right, of course.
If she said, I want you to have your own bedroom, would you be cool with it?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, right? It's pretty cool.
It's rad.
I'll show you my bedroom when you come over.
I can't wait.
It. Dude, it's so cool.
Oh my god.
Cool.
Dude, this is the pre-divorce Brent is this is sad.
Boys and stuff?
My gun's out. I got
yeah.
a sign that says no fat chicks allowed on the door.
Oh, dude.
Soft divorce. H, you just murdered Brent.
So rad.
It's so awesome.
Yeah, that's some weird Step Brothers energy right there. But the way Bert framed the whole non-negotiable thing got me suspicious at first, and then when he
that was total Step Brothers energy. You want to come see my room? I got a poster with a lady with big jugs on it.
Pushing it, it started to make sense. These are not hypotheticals. These are real things Leanne has been saying.
He has a fucking... He's got like a comm for what? His producer to pitch him stories or things to say?
To him, she's done cooking. Not, I don't feel like cooking tonight. She told him, non-negotiable, she will never cook for him ever again. If she makes something, it's just for her. And then the separate bedrooms, non-negotiable, she needs her own space. So then Bert starts testing the waters with Tom. What are your non-negotiables? He's not asking out of curiosity, guys. He's working up to something. He's clearly running through Leanne's conditions out loud and gauging whether they're as bad as he thinks they are.
If Push said you can never have alcohol again, is that would you be cool with it?
I mean, I would be like, what's your fucking deal? I'm not
okay,
like...
but what if she said, okay, let's start easy. I'll never give you another blowjob.
Brother, this, you gotta get the guy, brother.
That's kind of a non-negotiable, yeah.
Right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, good.
He goes, right? Okay, good. He's like, Leanne, I went and consulted everyone on Two Bears One podcast about your whole thing about not giving me blowjobs anymore, and everyone said it was weird, okay? She's like, my other non-negotiable is that you don't talk about me ever again, and you stop texting me, and we don't live together, and you change your name, and you move out of state.
I need to move back to LA. There are dudes.
Wait, does Brent live in... Wait. Tom doesn't live in Austin, does he? No, they live in LA. Wait, what did it...
Right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, good. I need to move back to LA.
Do they live in Austin? Yeah, I guess he is one of... Isn't he? You can't be doing serial murders in the city that you live in, Tom Segura. I thought he was just traveling there to be with Joe.
There are dudes who move back to their
Leanne, chat says you have to give me sloppy.
wife's hometown to be around her family, and that was a negotiable. They were like, well, I guess I can do that.
To me, it's really about the burden of everything that we moved here. I'd be like, Jesus Christ, you want to move everything back to Cali? Yeah, I don't think so, man.
They are in Austin?
Okay,
I'm
what
not
if
doing
she...
that.
Okay.
So Leanne wants to move back to Austin or to LA. Dude, Leanne moved to Austin for Brent Krenschler? What the fuck? All these people moved to Austin? What a bunch of idiots, bro.
Oh, poor Bert. He's clearly going through it. What if she said she'll never give you another BJ? That was the tell right there. Yeah, that one was way too specific.
Yeah, that was sad, man.
And the way he said it, the speed at which he moved through that list, no more drinking, no more sex, no BJs, no cooking. She wants to move back to her hometown to be with her family. Yeah, those aren't hypotheticals. We all saw this coming, though. So
like, dude, this was an ultimatum, right? That's why he's not drinking, is because Leanne literally laid out, I'm getting a divorce. These are my non-negotiables. What are the, I mean, why else would she do this, right? What, she just did it because her daughter, the youngest daughter, moved out? She's like, okay, new rules, kids are out of the house, you drive me fucking crazy. No, it's clear, this is soft divorce, for sure. Oh, it's over, dude. I don't even think it makes 4th of July. Brent Krenschler is going to be single and divorced on the 4th of July on America's 250th birthday. The Machine. Oh, no. Dude, it's going to be like Tom Sandoval. Tom Sandoval and Brent Krenschler should do a podcast together. That would be interesting.
Not really a surprise. If anything, I don't understand why it's taken this long. I've been covering this saga for months now. The sleep divorce, the separate bedrooms, the daughters getting as far away as possible the second they turned 18. Leanne stuck around through the drinking, the health scares, the constant overexposure of their family on every podcast known to man. And now that their kids are gone...
And now he's literally like, yeah, she said no more blowjobs.
It's just the two of them. The cracks are finally showing. I think Bert needs to take his sobriety more seriously this time. He's genuinely going to lose Leanne for good if he doesn't. But of course, we've all heard
this picture is awesome.
how Bert thinks he'd absolutely be fine with younger ladies, how he could easily impress them with his private jets and lavish lifestyle. So when Tom showed him that he appeared in the Epstein files, Bert got a little bit too excited.
Dude, we didn't talk about that.
No.
No?
What? Just say it.
That you're on the Epstein list?
Nope.
You're
Stop
Epstein
it.
files?
I'm not on the Epstein list.
You're on the Epstein files. You are. You're a result. You know that, right? Dude, pull up the Epstein files search.
Shut up. Shut up.
We've already done it.
It would make me low-key so excited if I was in the files.
You are. 100%.
Bullshit.
You are a result from the Epstein search. Pull up the thing.
I'm not. No, I'm not.
Pull up where you can search
How am
the
I
Epstein
on the
files.
Epstein files?
Hold on. Okay. I don't know. It's there. Bert Kreischer, Comedy Central special, Travel Channel, Bert the Congo trip. You're in the files.
He was watching my Travel Channel shows?
I don't know. I guess maybe he was considering going to a show. That's kind of something you could put in your hype video before people come up, before you come on
stage. See that random phone number was just there?
Page? Yeah, he knew who you were, and he put those dates in. Maybe he was looking to go to a show. Maybe he was a fan. That's kind of cool.
That would make sense, dude. I wonder why the fuck they're like, yeah, this guy, he's great for fucking slop YouTube. Yeah, this guy, give him 600 podcasts and give him a Netflix show and fucking, dude, his thing where he takes his shirt off and says he's the Machine for an hour. Oh my God. Could he do that for 20 years? That'd be fucking sick. My name's Jeffrey Epstein, and I endorse this comedian, Brent Krenschler.
Am I really in the Epstein files?
Yeah, you're in the Epstein files. You are, man. I thought you'd be super on top of that.
You know that I would have clearly befriended Jeffrey Epstein
1,000%.
if he had reached out. If he had reached out, I would have.
If he'd been like, "Do you want to get on my plane?" You'd be like, "Yeah."
It would have been in every picture. I really, and I'm being serious. I would have. I don't know how many people. Like, that's why when they look at the list and they're like, this person flew with Jeffrey Epstein, like Chris Tucker.
Can you imagine if Jeffrey Epstein fucking hates Trump? Imagine him having to sit on a fucking plane ride in a small little tube with the Machine on his way to his pedophile island.
Yeah. Flew everywhere with Jeffrey Epstein.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, I don't know, man. I just got on a private jet to Africa.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I would have definitely been one of those people.
For sure.
Can I tell you who the one weird one is? That Joe said no.
He said no to having him on the podcast.
Joe?
Oh, I thought he said no to hanging out with him.
You're right. I think they wanted to have, somebody was trying to get him.
Oh, Joe Rogan? So wait, he said no to having him on the podcast, not saying no to talking to him?
To have lunch, and then it was like have lunch with him and Woody Allen, and he was like, no.
Joe said no without knowing that he was just like, nah, I'm good.
Yeah, he's like that for a lot.
There's a lot of bad people that could get you. The question is, if you were at UFC and Trump tried to shake your hand and there were cameras around, would you shake his hand?
Ugh, that's rough.
You gotta fucking whoosh him,
I mean,
dude.
I can't stand him. It's funnier to be like, I mean, that would be so funny if somebody was like, hey, and you're like, I'm good.
My dad would kill me if I shook hands with Trump. My dad would murder me. He would have a real problem with me.
Really?
Yeah, I would totally shake hands with Trump.
Ew, and Andy's picking on his Tootsie Nails. Ew, dude. You know it's Brent Crenchler, too, so them dogs are not clean. They've never been clean.
You would also big smoke.
I want one of Leanne's fucking part and parcels needs to be her saying, if you go barefoot on your fucking stupid podcast one more time and anyone ever texts me another picture of your disgusting feet, it will be immediate grounds for divorce. Non-negotiable.
Smile and be like, I love you, bro.
He would be like, take the shirt off. I go, it's coming off, sir.
Yeah.
What do you need? I got into a deep dive on Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah.
Is it Mar-a-Lago?
Mar-a-Lago.
Mar-a-Lago.
The whole argument that it makes sense why so many people hung out with Epstein because they obviously didn't know about his history is such bullshit. Yeah. This excuse gets rolled out every single time and nobody ever pushes back on it.
And Mr. fucking goofball, Brent Crenchler, you didn't meet with him because you ain't special.
And then Bert brings up how Joe Rogan rejected Epstein's offer, but they completely misrepresent what actually happened. They frame it like Joe has some kind of sixth sense. You know, he got some icky vibe because of his elite bullshit detector and just said no on instinct. Yeah, nah. The reality is, from Rogan himself,
his wife is way cooler. Yeah, his wife, you mean Brent? Yeah, Leanne seems like a sweet lady. Brent Crenchler is a fucking idiot.
That he actually Googled him and saw his prior conviction from 2008. That's it. He did what literally anyone with an internet connection could have done. So this free pass they keep handing out to every politician, businessman, and celebrity who hung out with Epstein as if they had no idea and they were purely innocent is complete bullshit. Anyone could have Googled that guy. However, Bert's enthusiasm for the whole thing is what really got me. I would have clearly befriended Jeffrey Epstein. I would have been in every picture. Yeah, that shit just isn't funny anymore. Epstein's Island, the Riyadh Comedy Festival, it's all the same to these guys. The Trump bit was also interesting. I think it's funny how Tom says he can't stand Trump and wouldn't shake his hand, yet his boy Rogan is balls deep in this administration. The cognitive dissonance is wild. And then Bert's like, my dad would kill me. Bro, your dad was L. Ron Hubbard's lawyer for years. The Kreischer family moral compass has been broken
What?
since before you were born.
Oh my god, dude, it's literally everyone is so it's such a gross spider web of cucks.
Their whole sense of right and wrong is so warped at this point. It's genuinely hard to take any of these guys seriously anymore. They'll sit there and crack jokes about befriending the world's most notorious convicted trafficker in one breath and then act all sanctimonious about a handshake in the next.
Yeah.
This is where Two Bears One Cave is at right now. It's not a comedy podcast. This we knew. It's a man slowly realizing...
Bro, it's so about to be a divorced dad podcast. Do you think that if... Bro, I love that Leanne's also like, and we got to move back to LA. Fuck Austin. This place sucks.
His life is falling apart while his co-host looks around the room for an escape route. And the saddest part is, Bert still thinks he's the main character in some kind of comeback story, when in reality, it's just the same cycle repeating itself. The sobriety won't last, the drinking will come back, Leanne's patience will run out, and we'll all be sitting here watching the next chapter unfold. Anyway, if you enjoyed today's video, hit the like button and make sure you subscribe to my channels right here on YouTube and check out my Patreon if you're interested. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
Bro, you know there's literally no shot that David Miscavige's name is in those files. You know those Scientologist cucks were probably the number one redactors, bro. They're all everywhere, sprinkled in the archives. But for sure, that's just because they're being protected. There's no way that Epstein was not in touch with, like, all of the Scientologists, right? Yeah, Sea Org was hanging on the island for sure. What do you think the ship was all about? Dude, that ship had to have been the exact same thing as what Joseph Smith was doing when he was running west. He was just running away from fucking child sex trafficking charges. Anyway, it's already 11, boys. We gotta wrap. We gotta get up early. We still gotta eat some din-din. I made stir fry again yesterday, so I guess I'll have that. Although talking about Domino's and Little Caesars make me want pizza, but I'll be a good little boy and eat my stupid vegetables, I guess. Blah. Alright, y'all ready to breathe? Do it in through your nose. That's that prana. And exhale. In. I bet I bet Brent Krenchler has a race car bed. Shart Krenchler. And out. Alrighty, boys. Breathe in, not just air, but the space between things. Feel your body as less of a solid and more of a constellation. Points of awareness loosely agreeing to be you. Now zoom out. Your thoughts drifting like glowing threads, weaving in and out of each other, not random, but not fixed. Just patterns noticing themselves. Let your edges blur. Skin becomes light. Light becomes vibration. Vibration becomes a quiet hum beneath everything. You are not inside the universe. You are a fold in it. A ripple, briefly aware of its shape. Now imagine every breath is a pulse, sent through an infinite web, and somewhere impossibly far and close at once, something breathes back. You are being echoed, not as a person, but as a frequency. No need to hold anything, no need to solve anything. Just drift in the knowing that whatever this is, you are allowed to experience it, and that is enough. Now gently return, but don't snap back. Let the world reassemble around you like pixels remembering their place. Wiggle your fingies and your tootsies. Notice gravity again. Smile if it finds you. You're still here. But now you know here is much bigger than it looks. Oh yeah, brother! Yeehaw! Good night, boys. Let's do some frickin' Step Brothers. Mark?
cities that we occupy.
Good night, dudes. We'll be back on Sunday. We'll be back on Sunday.
Everywhere I go, the destruction of the
Inshallah, my brothers in Iran.
Yes, many of them
Happy
have been
hunting.
deemed historical, and even that seems silly to me.
The
Why
global
historical?
intifada.
I mean, it's only 100 or 200 years ago. It's not even that long ago.
Allah, Allahu Akbar. Come on. Make the rain fall down.
I see myself in the silhouette of the sunset. Still no rest for the undead. Steal your breath like a trumpet. Watch your step, brother. Impressed by collapse.
Bunk beds.
Never gonna heal.
If I keep investigating the cause,
it'll just increase the infection rate. When it's left to wait in the gauze, press play and then
press pause.
Find my place where I left off against all betting odds. In one ear and out the other. Either way, it's a headshot.
Either way, it's a Bud Dwyer.
It gets dark, but never better off. Just dead and gone. Don't give a fuck what they tell the cops and fellow ops. They can just let them watch. The great fire of every city still has not been caught. Truth wasn't lost in a book. Justice not been taught. We lost the plot when they toppled the proof. It's all
ground yourselves and take salt baths.
Really, we just want what they took.
Repent, Paul.
The great fire of every city still has not been caught. Truth wasn't lost in a book.
Dude, hopefully when we see each other next, it'll be warm. Give me 60 degrees. Model version number 420-69.
Repeating regenerative iterations till I reach the divine. Looping Ouroboros of conscious stardust, seeking to know thyself ain't a cup. Revealing hidden doors of truth
till it's time to screw stuff up.
Me and my stepbrother Black Deathicus have made
so much room for activities.
We got all the time in the world to annoy and
hurl obscenities. Frick!
And our Uncle Paul, the domestic terrorist, and Aunt Deb,
the local lot lizard hussy.
Very simple, give us back what you took.
All you need, Jesus.
The great fire of every city
still has not been caught.
Truth wasn't lost in a book. Justice not been taught. We lost the plot when they toppled.
You're going hiking for miles this weekend? Dude, let's go. Yeah, it's almost hiking season. Let's fucking go.
My war paint is
lead-based.
Like a head case, but you'll never save the day.
Nope.
So we learn to meditate in place. Raise the stakes and make the same mistakes. Go Idaho and leave them all
in a vegetative state, bitch.
Infiltrated the jail snakes will have you praying to
make bail.
No choice other than to save self, escape cells and see it's the same hell. Life's a slap on the head as we punch box. Sat on the edge till I jumped off. If I lose the actual bet, it's been a fun talk, but I'd
rather invest in some bump stocks. Good night, dudes. We'll see ya on freaking Sunday. Right? Today's Thursday? Yeah. Have a good weekend. Alright, dudes. Thanks for hanging. We'll see ya on freaking Sunday. I almost said Wednesday. I thought it was Monday, but it's not. Thank God, right? It's Thursday. Let's go. Alright, boys. Have a good weekend. Ta-ta for now. Ciao. A tout à l'heure. What we weave becomes. Don't forget it. We are the creators. We are the masters of our reality. We are mini gods. You know, we're fractalized versions of Source.